Oh. All right. Hello, everyone. I accidentally overslept. Tried to take a nap and then I got up late. So, sorry about that. How do I cope with not being socialized properly in new setting? Hentai. That should solve that. How often do I shave? You mean like my beard? Usually around when I cut my hair. Which is,
Never mind that VG react to this.
You're watching footage of Lebanese journalist Fadi Badoua getting hit by an IDF bomb while conducting a live broadcast. Biden is essentially calling for a broader regional war in the Middle East.
Lebanon's not their main target, guys. Iran is. But Iran is a giant war. Israel cannot fight by itself. That's why.
They say that. But there's a reason why Iran has created all of these proxies to fight for them. It's because Iran is afraid of what would happen if they end up fucking at war with Israel. So, no, the IDF would probably crush Iran. And that's assuming they wouldn't even get aid from the US. This is like 55 minutes, and it's also the Young Turks. Like, I don't know if it's really worth watching, Dodo, because they're stupid and liars, and Jank is a Nazi. So... I have a weird thing here. I don't know if I got an infection on my hand. It's been really fucking itchy.
Why they want us to do it.
Andy donated $2. Did you hear Vince Goodrum has been getting a horror round to his... Well, he has been exposed online. He has been caught with his willy out with the whore. I don't think that's Vince Goodrum. His balls are not nearly saggy enough, and that black dude with a huge dick also just looks younger and not fat. Thanks for the donation, though, Andy. Bootycom donate $2 tardation. Let me see.
The fact that he calls every Muslim in the world untrustworthy, says everybody who identifies as Muslim is a predator.
This guy is a jihadist terrorist. This guy is based as fuck.
Compares Muslims to animals. He is not.
Yeah, I don't know if this is really worth watching because all of this, like, this is breaking news and all of this is going to be framed through bullshit.
Not a serious human being, and you can see the utter bigotry in every word.
I speak on the authority of the universe that Iran and all its proxies and the Muslim world behind it, there is going to be only the language of fire.
Iran will respond, have no doubt about that, and the Israeli regime will be punished.
Iran ain't gonna do shit. They ain't gonna do fuck all, jack shit, nothing whatsoever. There's a reason, there's a reason why Iran set up these proxies. They don't want to have to directly fight with Israel. And considering how badly the IDF just absolutely fucking annihilated Hezbollah, the idea that Iran would really be interested in getting directly involved is just fucking retarded. They're not going to do anything. Yeah, I've watched the Spawn HBO series.
Decades, Iran has used its militias to antagonize Israel by proxy and to protect itself from its sworn enemy, the United States. That strategy has now been obliterated, along with Hezbollah's entire chain of command. Its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an enormous strike on his headquarters in Beirut on Friday, an assassination that's been 18 years in the making. You wouldn't know, though, from some of the commentary this weekend, but Nasrallah was a terrorist. He propped up Assad's murderous regime in Syria. He trained fighters in Hamas, as well as violent militias in Iraq and Yemen. He ordered strikes on Israel in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th. The world is a better place without him. But is it safer? Could a humiliated Iran decide that a nuclear bomb is now the only recourse for defense? Israel's just announced that it intends to launch a ground incursion into Lebanon, and it could start as early as today. Meanwhile, 1 million Lebanese have already been displaced by the escalating conflict, which is 1/5 of the entire population. The civilian death toll is rising. The war in Gaza rages on. Nasrallah has met a deservingly grim end, but the crisis in the Middle East may have only just begun. In a moment, I'll be speaking to the Iranian-American academic, Professor Mohammad Morandi.
Attention, we are receiving word that more Israel brain rot will permeate the Burgess blood-brain barrier imminently. We have information that seems to suggest Piers Morgan now regularly phones up the Ayatollah and has friendly chats with him.
Alright, well, thank you for the warning. This is probably going to be painful. Thanks for the donation, Morgan Minds.
BTW, today is September 30th, aka the last day of September. Get ready for the Halloween season.
I will be sure to get ready, Dodo. I will be sure to get ready. Oh, dude. Some really annoying shit happened today. So I designed this t-shirt, right? So this is the t-shirt I designed. And I went over to a t-shirt printing place. I had to drive all the way to Ottawa. It was like 50 minutes. I show up there. They have a front desk. I hear a printer going, and then I hear people talking in at the back of the store. And I stand there for a minute, and then nobody says anything. They had a doorbell thing, but nobody came, so I literally just started yelling, hey, anybody there? And then nobody came. Then I literally screamed, hello?
Based TV shirt VG based.
Well, thank you, Dodo. Appreciate the donation. I'll get this printed eventually at some point. I think it's pretty awesome. But, yeah, I literally showed up there, rang the doorbell, screamed. I could hear people in the back of the shop, but nobody fucking came to, help me get the shit printed. It was so fucking retarded. Super, super annoying. But, yeah, I guess I'll try just emailing them or calling and see if they can get this printed for me. I might end up posting this on Teespring. I'm not sure if they can print this well, though. I'll have to see. But, you know.
Hey VG, I encountered several comments on a video claiming that a carnivore diet has curative effects on epilepsy. Maybe I'm missing something but sounded retarded. Is there some misinformation spreading because it was multiple comments saying this?
So there's no cure for epilepsy as far as I'm aware. Certainly no dietary cures. There's treatments. And a ketogenic diet can help treat epilepsy. It reduces the frequency of epileptic seizures. But epileptic drugs are better than ketogenic diets for preventing seizures. On top of that, a carnivore diet isn't a ketogenic diet. It's too high in protein. So yeah, they're stupid and making shit up and are retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Git. Unban this, donate $2. Unban this, please. I was banned long ago for nothing. Alright, you should be unbanned now. YouTube just bans people randomly sometimes. I don't know why. Gigliardo got banned too, and I had to unban his accounts. It's stupid. Did you ever be gay? I don't think so. Do you think the Punisher could take on Batman given enough prep time? Well, here's the thing. Punisher uses machine guns. Like, if we're talking about a real-world scenario, you can't dodge or outrun a bullet. So, if the Punisher ever had an opportunity where he just had Batman right in front of him and he had a machine gun pointed at him, Batman would be dead. Are you going to react to the storm damage in Southeast after Hurricane Helene? Maybe. Do you answer the door to trick-or-treaters? No. Do you give them candy apples? No. I might put a sign up on our door saying no candy. I don't know, like, we live in a really small town, and there are kids here, but there's only like 5 of them. So I don't know if we're going to end up getting harassed by children wanting candy. I don't know how severe the situation is going to be.
Who's in Beirut? But first, returning to Uncensored to discuss the fallout, the son of Hamas's founder and former Palestinian militant Mossab Hassan Youssef and the Palestinian-American commentator Omar Badr. Well, welcome to both of you. Mossad, let me start with you. Your response to the killing of Hassan Nasrallah?
Well, you know, Hassan Nasrallah, his hands are stained with blood. Not only Jewish blood, but also Arab blood. He participated in the killing of hundreds of thousands of Syrians along the Russian forces and along Bashar al-Assad forces. This man has been, or had been, destabilizing the security of the Middle East. And this was the time to put an end for this bullying and this blackmailing and this act of terror.
I mean, Omar Badr, are you sorry that he's dead?
Piers, before I answer your question, I think there's something that your audience has.
Well, there we go. He gave it away at the first chance he got. He's an anti-Semitic, Nazi fucking jihadist terrorist who wants to kill Jews, and he's sad that Nasrallah has been assassinated. You gave it away right away. Thanks for destroying your own fucking credibility, dumbass, fucking egg-shaped motherfucker.
To know about Musab, who's on this program, if we can see if he's going to be able to control his temper and keep me from telling the audience this about him, is the fact that he calls every Muslim in the world untrustworthy, says you can't trust any Muslim, says everybody who identifies...
Well, you can't. The reality is, if somebody identifies as Muslim, you cannot trust them. The reason being, they're permitted to lie in their religion. It literally explicitly states in the Quran that it is permitted to you are permitted to lie in order to protect or spread Islam. I think the principle is called taqiyya or something. So no, you can't. It's literally in the religion to promote lies. So what he is saying is not false.
identifies as Muslim is a predator, compares Muslims to animals.
I don't think he ever compared Muslims to animals. I think he said something to the effect of he'd rather save a cow than a Muslim, something like that. But he never actually compared Muslims to cows. I can't remember the other thing he said, but anyway, this guy's a fucking egg-shaped fuck.
And the list goes on and on and on. And Piers, I think both of us know that if anybody engaged in that kind of bigotry towards, say, Jews, you would not give them airtime to appear on a program as if they're a real analyst who's here with something to say. And on top of these deeply bigoted views that he holds, there's also the fact that he is simply just not a serious person, puts on this really dumb...
Yeah, dumbass, you're the one who isn't condemning Nasrallah and celebrating his death, so you're not a serious person. You're shaped like an egg. Hopefully you fall down like the stairs or something like Humpty Dumpty, and nobody will be able to put you back together again.
Put on angry face and barks incredibly shallow slogans about Israel being wonderful and its opponents being terrible and terrorists and so on. It's not really a real point of analysis. With that being at the forefront, I'll say that I think what Israel did in Lebanon and is doing is, don't take my word for it. Listen to what Israeli leaders themselves have said about the assassination of Nasrallah. They said they could have and wanted to reach a diplomatic agreement with Hassan Nasrallah.
Isn't it crazy that retarded Westerners are defending Hamas against the former leader's son whilst blowing their agenda? A pretty similar thing happened in World War II. So, a lot of the ideas that Hitler had, especially around eugenics, came from the United States. Eugenics was being promoted as some sort of legitimate science in the United States for a while, and there were mass forced sterilization campaigns. A lot of criminals, poor people, mentally disabled people, black people ended up getting forcibly sterilized because there was this idea: if you stop the unlikables or unwanted from breeding, then there won't be any more dumb people or black people or whatever in society. So Hitler got a lot of his ideas from the United States. Secondly, anti-Semitism was extraordinarily rampant in the U.S. as well. Hitler had a lot of fans in the U.S. Henry Ford, the creator of the Ford Motor Company, being one of them. I don't know why this is never really mentioned. Nobody really teaches this in school. But Henry Ford, the guy who made, the Ford automobiles, he was a massive fucking anti-Semite. He had his own private newspaper where he was literally praising Hitler as this amazing fucking genius. He claimed Jews were part of a satanic cult that were trying to destroy the world. And there were a lot of Nazi apologists and appeasers in the U.S. You can see photos of Americans literally holding protests saying that we shouldn't be going to war with Germany. They didn't do anything to us. You're just getting us into a war. So I'm not terribly surprised that you're seeing a lot of Americans, particularly young, dumb, left-leaning, retard college kids who don't know fucking shit, supporting Hamas and all these terrorists. It has sort of happened before in history. America has a long history of racism, anti-Semitism, crazy, wacko, bigoted shit. And it just shows you not much has changed, in the past 80 years. People are still fucktarded, dumb chimps who, are racist as fuck. I don't really know if that's ever going to change. The only thing we can do is have, a government and a more educated class of people who have enough power to keep the tards in check. That's it. There's always going to be these racist fucktards. But as long as, we can keep the chimps on a leash and, make sure they lose their jobs or get arrested or whatever if they step out of line, we'll still have a stable democracy. That's really all we can do. Mystical Ninja donated $2. Ozzy here. Our cities are in chaos at the moment with Palestine supporters and Muslims protesting and chanting death to the Jews, and our police do nothing. Disgusting. Religion of peace, though. Australia is an absolute shithole. It may even be worse in some ways than the UK. I know for a fact Australian police are some of the dumbest on the planet and are completely and utterly useless for just about everything. And, yeah. By the way, Australia doesn't even have freedom of speech. Why aren't these people getting arrested for saying death to Jews? It makes no fucking sense. There's going to be a protest in Ottawa on October 5th. I'm planning on going, and I'm hoping I can get that t-shirt that I want printed by then. But, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Mystic Ninja. Lies don't need tellers, so you want to tell me that an Islamist couple shouldn't be sterilized? Well, I mean, in principle, you wouldn't let fucktards who are jihadist, crazy, wacko, terrorist breed. The idea, though, of eugenics, it's just not something that can exist in a functional society. Thanks for the donation, though, Lies.
Sup, Richard? Have you seen this freak?
Couldn't find these bone marrows. They were in the back of the fridge, and I was wondering what happened to them, and now I found them, and they're a bit rotten. I'm still going to attempt to make a dessert out of them, even though they're a little funky and nasty smelling. So I'm going to pop them out. Sochko, I want your honest opinion. How does this smell? Tell me your honest opinion.
Smell like shit.
I'm gonna add some raw honey to it. Empty out these papaya seeds, fellows. They destroy sperm. It's a natural spermicide. It can make women have a miscarriage. Papaya seeds are so toxic. Fill the inside.
Fairly confident that's not true.
With the rotten bone marrow and raw honey. Put some organic cinnamon on it. I was gonna make this dessert with
Well, this guy is dumb as shit. Yeah, that's very dumb. You playing DBZ Sparking Zero? I'm gonna wait to see the reviews first. If the reviews are good, then I'll get it. If they're kind of middling, then I'm not gonna bother. Curious $20, UNRWA employs terrorists. Also, what color t-shirt are you gonna print the design on? I was thinking a blue or white t-shirt for Israel. What's it called? It's probably either going to be black or gray. It's probably going to look best against a black or gray background. I don't know why wait. I don't know why the fuck Photoshop changed the way it saves your things, and then you have to open the project. Because if it's against a black background, you know, it looks pretty fine. Like gray looks pretty good. If it's against a white background, it looks fucked, because then you can't really make out the, you know, death to Hamas thing. Blue would kind of work if it's like a dark blue, maybe. That'd kind of work better. But yeah, I think black or gray would work best for that kind of shirt. Top Hamas commander killed in Lebanon was UNRWA employee placed on administrative leave. I've been saying this for a while. Like, no shit. There's probably a lot of UNRWA employees that are either in Hezbollah, Hamas, or some sort of jihadist terrorist regime. There's no fucking way you have an organization like UNRWA that was handing out anti-Semitic textbooks that were denying the Holocaust and not have a fuck ton of employees in the organization that are jihadist Muslims that support terrorism. So, yep, not a surprise. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious. Fizz donated $2. This is funny. You'll love this. Watch the whole clip.
We do not know the exact areas where breaches have been made by the Israeli Defense Forces, but we are assuming that multiple breaches are most likely being made simultaneously, all the way from the sea to the river. I guess the pro-Hamas and pro-Palestine from the river to the sea thing came true, but not really in the way that they were hoping. Seems as though it went the other way around, and the Israelis are invading Lebanon from the river to the sea, and I don't think Hezbollah will be free by the end of this whole thing.
Goddamn right. Thanks for the donation, Fizz.
I noticed that.
I'm not entirely sure what exactly you noticed, but thanks for the donation, Marion.
But his insistence on ending the genocide in Gaza as a precondition to them reaching a diplomatic solution.
No, I I didn't draw it. I photoshopped a number of photos and applied a filter to it.
Led them to choose to assassinate him and killing hundreds of Lebanese civilians in the process, incinerating entire apartment buildings. So, in essence, Israel is choosing to incinerate Lebanese civilians, to assassinate Nasrallah, because they don't want peace in Gaza. That is the dynamic that we have. And the fact that you can look at
What? Israel assassinated Nasrallah because they don't want peace in Gaza? Like, oh my god. Do I have to watch this? Like, he exposed himself right at the very beginning of this interview that he supports Nasrallah, he supports a genocidal dictator. He's a fucking jihadist anti-Semite. Like, I know the, where all this is going, what he's gonna say. So watching this shit every day is so tiring.
this and still not figure out what moral policy should be and who's to blame for this kind of
Let's watch Care Bears. That's actually a better idea. Oh, they have a new Care Bears.
Care Bears countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who's that coming from somewhere up in the sky? Moving fast and bright as a firefly. Just when you think that trouble's gonna pounce, who's gonna be there when it really counts? Do that Care Bears countdown and send a wish out through the air. And send a wish out through the air. Just do that Care Bears countdown. Just when you need them, they'll be there. Just when you need them, they'll be there. Don't be afraid when clouds are brewing in your heart. If you can dream, just send a wish out in the dark and do that Care Bears countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do I ever? The mayor picked me to give a speech in the park today. What happened? Where is everyone?
It will be.
Now
That's a weird show.
path of escalation that we're on, to me, is completely
Okay, but
mind-boggling. It is
but
obvious that Israel is out of control. It's on a war path.
All right, look, you've launched a substantive ad hominem attack on your other panelist, which is entirely your prerogative, and he can respond. But you also failed to answer my simple question. Are you sorry he's dead?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He thought he could change the topic and ramble and everybody would forget. Now he has to choose, do I admit I'm a fascist anti-Semite, or do I have a falling out with all my Muslim jihadist friends who are angry at me for saying, yeah, it's good that the terrorist guy we love died? Oh, that's a tough one. Oh, look how scared he is. What am I gonna do now? Well, Mage, $92. Let's watch this. In some reason, I'm going to move a chili beans with bread, lol. Well, those are beans. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Would you ever debate Hazaldin aka Infrared on something? Maybe communism or Israel-Palestine? Would probably be pretty entertaining and interesting. Here's his ick.
I'm not particularly interested. I've seen his debates. It's gonna be like some kind of weird retarded screaming match. So he's not somebody that I really like. He's not a serious person, and again, not interested in like screaming match kind of debates. Didn't he also like debate vegans or something? And his vegan debates were fucking stupid too. Thanks for the donation though, Poop.
This shit had me cracking up. I want a t-shirt that just says kill terrorists all the time in plain text.
You guys, but I'm really getting sick of like the tough talk from Hezbollah, because that's all they are. They talk all this shit and they just keep losing. Like, there's this video of the whole, like the city has been bombed to smithereens. Like Israel drops 100 bombs on the city. It's a smoldering pile of ash. Everyone's dead. It's all black. And they're like, huh, well, the rules of the game just changed. It's like, you just got your shit pushed in. It's over. Like they're blowing up your headsets. They blew up your radios, and then you went to the funeral of the people that died, and then they blew up the radios that you brought to the funeral. And then they go on Twitter and they're like, Israel's going to pay for this. It's like, when and how? Because it seems like you don't have any idea what you're doing. You have no idea. Your radios are bugged. Your alarm clocks are bugged. Your electric shavers are bugged. They're like, well, the rules of the game just changed. I don't know. Seems like it's exactly the same as before. It seems like nothing has changed at all, actually. They control your airspace. They have total escalation dominance. They have superiority with their air force. I don't think the rules have changed at all. The rules are the same. The rules are these. Israel bombs you. You do nothing. Israel kills you all the time. You do nothing in response. Yeah, like those are the rules, and they've been the same from the beginning.
I'm assuming Nick Fuentes hates Arab Muslims more than he hates Jews, so he might be happy about these circumstances. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Haas is a MAGA communist. How is it possible to be a MAGA communist? I know he's a communist. I didn't know he was a, like, Trump-supporting communist. That doesn't even sound possible. No, the shit garbage commentary channel guy that I challenged to debate did not get back to me. Have not heard a peep from that dipshit.
I look at it in terms of the impact on civilians, which in this case, I think his assassination has made things infinitely more dangerous. We're seeing this onslaught, so yes.
So he still hasn't answered the question, still dodging. So look at how he's smiling, like he knows exactly what's going on here. So this guy won't answer the question because he's a jihadist terrorist who hates Jews. He wants Jews to be killed, and he's sad that a terrorist leader who is hell-bent on exterminating Jews died. That's why he won't answer the fucking question.
This development.
Are you for mandatory military drafting? It entirely depends.
Yeah, but Omar, that's not actually an answer to my question. Do you personally feel sorry that he is dead, the head of Hezbollah?
No, look, but that's the thing. I don't have individual personal feelings about players here. For me, what I'm concerned about is...
So he's indifferent as to whether or not a literal genocidal maniac who wanted to exterminate Jews is dead.
Ultimately, the impact on innocent people, absolutely. Look, Nasrallah, if you want me to talk about his legacy, that's a really easy thing to do. He was a hero throughout the entire Arab world for having driven Israel out of South Lebanon.
Yeah, that's why literally every Arab country is celebrating in the street that he fucking died. That just tells you everything you need to know. Oh, what's your opinion on him dying? Oh, I have no opinion. Okay, well, what do you think about him? Oh, he's a hero, amazing guy, love him. Right, okay. He didn't really think things through. Gooseland, donate $2 react. Let me see.
If you talk to psychiatrists or people who actually read body language, they could tell you that it's out of control.
Marwa, so sorry to interrupt. We do now have official confirmation from the Hezbollah group of the death of Hassan Nasrallah. What's your response, please? I'm so sorry. Let's end the.
Oh my god. Dude.
Interview there. We were talking to Marwa Osman, journalist and TV show host. Clearly,
you gotta put journalist in quotations there.
visibly shaken by the breaking news we're bringing.
Okay, well, she's a terrorist. She has a sexy face, though. Like, she offered me a blowjob. I wouldn't turn her down, even though she's a terrorist. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. That rat has a car.
Surprised me on my birthday with 2 little cars.
Oh my goodness.
I was definitely skeptical that the rats would learn to drive the car at first.
But they were really quick to pick it up. The middle pedal
Oh my
accelerates
God.
it forward. The pedal on the left turns the car to the left, and the pedal on the right turns the car to the right.
They drive very similar to how a human drives. Biggest
Oh my god. I know what I'm gonna do when I win the lottery. I'm gonna get rats and get them little cars.
difference is that their eyesight is not good, so they really orient themselves by smell.
Cusco is definitely the perfectionist with this. He will keep adjusting the turning until he is sure he is dead on.
Oh my god, those rats are so cute.
Learning how to brake. Whereas Kronk can be a bit more chaotic.
Kronk will often just push the forward lever and not let go until he gets the treat.
Oh
The
no.
dialogue. Our rats communicate with us in so many ways just with the time we spend with them.
They definitely show us like every
Oh my
day
god, that's
how
a good
in tune
rat.
with us they can be.
He loves you. The best moment is when you see it click. They do it correct by accident, and you can see in their head, be like, oh, that's it. It's fully open. They decide when to enter and exit the vehicle. Uh-oh, double trouble. They're pretty quick to run and jump in the car and want to drive.
Wow.
They've really come to embody their names. Kronk has such a bombastic personality.
My goodness.
He just loves cannonballing in the abyss. On the contrary, Cusco's a little more even keel.
Cusco's like, I don't think so.
After we got Cusco and Kronk, we became rat obsessed.
They're so fucking
I
cute.
also just noticed there's a cat tree behind you.
Oh,
Do
you
have
mean
a
the
cat-
rat tree? Yes.
Of course.
We've got different toys here, and the rats absolutely love this one. We have a bunch of different puzzle
My
boxes.
dog literally has the same one. That's amazing.
We've also got these big boxes of wine, which we've created mazes out of. Really excited about this. We're just creating a speed climbing wall in homage to the Olympics.
Wow.
Well, we'll see how that one goes.
That's awesome.
It's the rats world, we just live in it.
Oh.
They're not with us for a long time, so we want
I
to be
love
sure
rats.
that it's for a really good time.
Yeah, it's really sad. Rats only live for a couple of years.
I developed such a unique relationship with each of them.
Their personalities have really shown me like how capable, affectionate, and
Oh,
nurturing
they're
they
so
are.
sweet.
I really didn't think I could care so much for a small creature like a rat.
I love rats. Thanks for the donation, retard. Gooseland donated $2 react. Oh wait, never mind. I already saw that one. My bad. That was fucking hilarious, dude. The fucking Muslim lady who just started fucking crying.
Lebanon in 2000 for delivering Israel its first defeat in 2006. And then his record, had a major blemish on it when he intervened in the Syrian civil war for geopolitical reasons on the side of the government. And that upset a lot of Syrians who are essentially repressed and brutalized by the Syrian government to see that he has intervened in order to help them maintain power. But that was more a geopolitical decision more than it is a moral decision. And so he has a mixed record. And a lot of people like him and a lot of people don't. But ultimately, there's no question about the fact that he is a major figure in the region that has a significant fan base, not just within Lebanon, but throughout the...
Yeah, right. Fish donated $2 thoughts. Biden, Kamala has a lot to gain from it. Let me see. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Weather modification isn't real. It's just a coincidence that Hurricane Helene is one of the most devastating and land damage storms in history, that hundreds of pro-Trump counties are being massively impacted during the most important election of our lifetimes. Obviously, the elites would never be evil enough to create hurricanes designed to interfere with democracy. Pay no attention to the storms currently brewing in the Atlantic either. You can ask any mainstream scientists, they'll tell you that it isn't even possible to create those target them at certain areas. Just stay silent, no need to vote or expose anything. You wouldn't want to be called a conspiracy theorist, right? Couldn't have that. So please ignore your own eyes and don't share this post or investigate further. Matt Wallace? Is he is he like some crazy Trump-tard? Yeah, like it's funny that there's that insane storm and then people still deny climate change. Like, okay, well, there goes your home. Yeah, apparently Trump isn't really doing anything to come and help these people, so that could actually be a huge win for Kamala if she's able to, do shit to help people there.
The entire region, and that taking this major escalatory step, when we've had the alternative, we've had the option of a ceasefire, and Israel chose not to take that and chose the path of escalation, and taking out a major figure is obviously pushing us towards further catastrophe.
Israel was getting bombed by Lebanon for 11 months. They tried to negotiate some sort of peace deal. Lebanon refused, and then Israel's like, okay, well, you're going to get exactly what you asked for. So he's lying.
And it's materializing right now in Lebanon as we're watching Israeli terrorism decimate the civilian population in all parts of Lebanon, and that's a really, really dangerous escalation.
Okay, Mossab, first of all, your response to the personal attack that was launched on you at the start of that.
I'm not going to comment on that. I know who I am. I know what I am. I'm not a commentator on the Middle Eastern
conflict.
Conflict.
By your own admission.
I lived the conflict. I witnessed. I'm an eyewitness. I lived half of my life in what's so-called Palestinian society, and I spent the other half of my life with the Jewish community. When I speak on the authority of experience that is representing both cultures. One culture is a culture of death that has been sacrificing children for political and financial gain. And Omar is coming here to the West, carrying the false Palestinian identity, hiding behind a couple of Western values, trying to manipulate and deceive American and Western audience by showing somebody like Hassan Nasrallah and Ayatollah and Sinwar and the rest of the proxy leaders. These people are reckless. They started the war on October 7, and Israel had the right to defend itself. And Hezbollah has been launching missiles on civilians. They just killed 12 children as the whole world is watching on a playground. And that was Druze community, which is a great part of the Lebanese community. And no one leashed Hassan Nasrallah. How many times Omar and Mustafa's and Muhammad's complained or protested against Hezbollah aggression, taking advantage of Israel bleeding in the south?
I'm sorry.
And
Who
he
are-
was
who are
totally
Omar's and
mistaken.
Mustafa's and Muhammad's?
Hassan
What are we referring
Nasrallah
to?
today,
Bro, you literally screamed at some random person on Discord for an hour the other day making the same point over and over even though you clearly won. It's not like you're above shouting match. A debate with Haz would probably be good ments too.
If you insist. Who sent me his stupid ass? Fucking, somebody sent me a link to his Instagram. Hey, it's Vegan Gains. I was wondering if you'd like to have a debate on the Israel-Palestine conflict. I hear you like to promote,
My name is Death of Rabbit White. I live at 308 Negro Arroyo Lane. How do I get baggy-sized brachioradialis? His are huge. Weighted pull-ups? Or hammer curls? Both?
well, Jeffrey Verity Schofield just has, like, really crazy arm genetics. You can look at his, like, tricep insertions especially. They're super, super low. Like, his tricep muscle goes from his shoulder almost down to his elbow. So, as far as his forearms, they're not, like... They're really fucking well developed, obviously, but they're not as crazy as the rest of his arms. But yeah, hammer curls, close grip pull-ups, those are probably going to do the most for you for developing the brachial radialis. On top of that, just doing a lot of volume for your back just in general is probably going to help develop the brachial radialis, especially rowing. But hammer curls and closer grip pull-ups are probably going to, do the most. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit. Hey, it's Vegan Gains. Wondering if you'd like to have a debate on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Hear you like to defend jihadist terrorists. Yeah, here you like to defend jihadist terrorists, so here's another opportunity for you. Tell me if you are interested. There we go. Messaged infrared.
this is his...
What do you think about Mark Henry and his bench of over 500 pounds? Do you think you could reach that one day?
Not familiar with Mark Henry. If I really committed to it, I think I could bench 500. I did 410, and The training was very difficult, but the actual lift was surprisingly easy. So I think I've got a lot more in me if I kept trying to progress my bench. I don't know if I'll commit to it though. Just the amount of work involved and the injury risk might not really be worth it, but I might. We'll see. Like my interests change every so often, so right now I'm happy with the 410. I'm just trying to get lean. Likely gonna start doing BJJ and maybe boxing or kickboxing soon, but if my interests change and I want to just hit some bigger lifts, then maybe. Thanks for the donation, Git.
Is punishment. Israel is legitimate when I stand for Israel. Why do I stand for Israel? Because Israel is the most legitimate ethnic group in the region with evidence, overwhelming evidence to relationship to that land.
Yeah.
Omar and the
This is just not a
Muslims
serious
have been
conversation.
trying for the past 1400 years to delegitimize and annihilate the Jewish people from that land. And they hate it so much that Israel is showing resilience and strength. You ask Omar if he's sad. Omar is mourning. Hassan Nasrallah is his hero. So let me tell Omar and his likes, listen, you cannot rewrite history. And when I speak, I don't only speak on my own authority, I speak on the authority of the universe, that Iran and all its proxies and the Muslim world behind it.
No, this is a very, very serious conversation.
Back off. There is going to be only the language of fire. And you can sit here in the West pretending to value the Western ethics. You are a liar with a false identity and your religion.
All right.
And your entire population.
Let me get a
have
time.
no respect.
Let me call a timeout here. Omar, you can respond to this. I'm going to just go to the Professor Morandi for a moment to get his response to this. I will come back to you. What I would say, though, is you did choose to start the whole debate with a quite lengthy personal attack.
Many suburbs in Sydney were celebrating with parties and fireworks over the October 7th attacks. Australia is fucked on many levels, I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Loved the Prophet Muhammad debate VG, keep speaking the truth.
Yeah, I had a cousin that visited Australia, and she said she fucking hated it, and Australia sucks. So, I could believe it. Thanks for the donation, though, Mystic Ninja.
On Mossab, it's hardly surprising he would return the...
Doesn't Australia have that Muslim senator who's a literal terrorist, and she made that skibbity speech? Oh. Yeah, that Australian senator made that skibbity speech.
Today I rise to address an oft-forgotten segment of our society. I speak to Australia for a government with more aura. Skibbity.
That is absolutely embarrassing.
100% merited.
I
That's the difference, Piers.
personally would
but
prefer...
That's the difference, Piers.
I'd like
that's
all the guests
Piers.
to try and talk about the
He's
issues.
Openly bigoted. No. There is a difference between me pointing out the fact that he openly says that all Muslims are evil in comparison to animals and engages in all kinds of the worst kind of bigotry imaginable, and him just inventing nonsense and just leveling it at me. By the way, I'm a secular agnostic. I'm pretty open about that. I've written about it. I don't know what he's talking about with the Mustafas and Muhammads and whatever. Just you can see the bigotry in his engagement and about the Arab culture of death. In one breath, he says openly that the entire Arab world is made up of 300 million clowns. That is a direct quote of his. And on the other, he's feigning concern for Arabs who die because of Hezbollah. I mean, just the entire thing is just a silly charade. He is not a serious human being, and you can see the utter bigotry in every...
This guy is sad that Nasrallah died. So, yeah, you're one to talk, dude.
Every word that comes out of his mouth.
All right.
And
Look,
the fact that he has no serious analysis to offer into
I want
this
to come back.
conversation.
I want to come back to both of you and talk seriously about what is a very serious situation. It's been reported tonight that Israel is planning to launch an incursion, as they put it, a limited ground incursion into Lebanon, perhaps as early as tonight. This is obviously a massively important moment in this conflict. So let's try and talk about that when I come back. But I know I just want to bring in the Professor Mohammed Morand. He's been on Uncensored before. He's currently in.
Okay, this guy is just a worthless fucktard. I'm gonna skip that. He's just a insane, crazy Iran cuck. He supports the Iranian regime.
He's your hero. To me, he was a despicable terrorist, but we will have to leave it there. Professor Morandi, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's go back to the panel. I mean, Mossab, that is the Iranian view. He's entitled to have that view. It's interesting.
It's not the Iranian view. It's the Iranian ruling class's view. If you were to ask most Iranian citizens what they think of their leadership or Hamas, Hezbollah, they don't like them.
For my viewers, I think, to hear that view. But what is your response?
Look, the Islamic Revolution leaders, Ayatollah, and before him, Ruh Allah, they have invested some 40 to 50 years into their proxies. And that includes Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies in the region. Now, what they see the collapse of their aggression, the collapse and the failure of many, many years of investment. What happened to Hezbollah is shocking to the core. The entire Islamists around the world are seeing the collapse of one of the most funded, equipped military force in the Middle East. And Ayatollah is not far from Israel's reach. He understands this. This is why he retreated after the assassination of Haniya. And by the way, I want to ask just a question. Okay? Who killed the Iranian president to begin with? The fact that Israel did not announce that did not mean that Israel does not have any hands in it. So Ayatollah and the other Hamas leaders in Qatar who think that they are immune to retaliation, they're totally mistaken. I said this from day one, and that's based on a personal experience with the Israeli intelligence of more than 10 years, that all Hamas leaders will be eliminated with no exception. Hezbollah, that was surprising to me how fast they actually collapsed. But the Iranian regime is a lot more vulnerable. And the Iranian nuclear program is ought to be destroyed. It's just a matter of time. There is no immunity for these people who have been destabilizing the region, taking advantage of the chaos they create. Then we have the clowns here, what so-called experts coming here in the West, spreading false narrative of occupation and Palestine. And what I say, Palestine never existed except as a colonial entity created by the Brits, lived for about 25 years, a colonial entity. It was never a country. It was never a nation. And today, when Omar and his friends come and say Israel is occupying force, I say, occupying what? If Palestine never existed, how can you occupy something that never existed?
Okay, let me bring in.
So now they keep on. No, wait.
I've got to let Omar
now
respond.
They keep going. They keep. He will have his time. He will have his time.
Right.
Now we are talking about a false narrative. We are talking about a false narrative.
Mossab, you've had a chance to have your diatribe.
Okay, Omar, you respond now.
You're hearing Mossab here talking about how occupation is all fake and made up and it's whatever. But it's incredible that when you look at what international law says, what the UN says, what the UN General Assembly says, what UN resolutions say in the Security Council, there is a complete and total consensus on the fact that Israel is an occupying power, illegally occupying the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem. The International Court of Justice has come out.
Soy tits and $2. Israeli troops now on the ground inside Lebanon. Yeah, I know. I was going to react to some videos about that. Thanks for the donation, though, Soy tits.
Out with an opinion making clear that this occupation is illegal and has to end. So while Musab wants to pretend that this is something that Palestinians manufactured because he has nothing of substance really to say, the reality is just so obvious and so blatant that you don't even know.
Matthew Cozy, donated $2. Jordan Peterson on Full Send podcast.
All right, boys, there's a lot of crazy going on in the world right now.
Exposes the entire education system. Right. This is a guy who has a fake online scam, not university, because he can't legally call it a university, so he calls it an academy. It's just so idiotic. Thanks for the donation, though, Matthew.
How to address such a bizarre and ridiculous argument that this is something that Palestinians invented.
We'll watch that later.
Palestinians have been there for literally thousands of years. They are the natural continuation of people who have lived in that land for a very, very long time. And yes, it's true, Palestine was never an independent UN member, for example, as an independent country. But by the same token, Native Americans in the United States were never also did not have a state that is a member of the United Nations. It doesn't change the fact that they were living on their own land and that colonists came and take over and drove them off of that land and created a new state on top.
No one drove them off of their land. They went to war with Israel after they just decided they had enough with Jews because they're anti-Semites, and then they lost, and then they've been crying, saying that Jews are colonialists, when they're the ones who created their own problems.
Top of them. So Israel was created at the expense of Palestinians, and while you might talk about this militant...
It's funny he says that because all the Palestinians living inside Israel have a way higher quality of life than the Palestinians living outside of Israel. So if they weren't stupid and they just accepted the partition plan, most of the people living in Gaza, West Bank, would be living in Israel right now, and Gaza and the West Bank would be better countries too because they wouldn't be run by jihadist terrorists anyway, and they'd have better relationship with Israel.
Show me how much you've been yanking it. Show me your forearms, sir. Don't skip the Joker one, don't call it cringe.
Average Dr. Mike meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Israel does not eat that well.
Make them bitches laugh.
That's just terrible. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Group or that militant group or what their charter may say about the destruction of Israel. In the case of Israel, it is active policy that we're watching is to destroy Palestine. This isn't theoretical. We're not talking about what their charter says. We're talking about what Israel's doing. And Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. It is building illegal settlements in the West Bank, using unspeakable levels of violence against the Palestinian civilians there, and confining them to smaller and smaller areas. We are watching the destruction of Palestine before our eyes in a way that the entire international human rights community and international law says is completely illegitimate and criminal. And our reaction is to fund it and maybe occasionally criticize it instead of standing up to it in a really meaningful
sense. And Omar, what
and
would
that's
you...
the double standard
Omar,
here.
what should Israel have done on October the 8th after the attack the day before?
In a theoretical world in which I was the Israeli leader on October 8th, what I would do is take on the podium, acknowledge the fact that we've created an unspeakable situation in which violence is inevitable, and I would offer to instantly end the occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, to apply international law and respect Palestinian human rights in exchange for every person on October 7th who engaged in acts of violence against Israeli civilians to be brought before court and put on trial for war crimes.
What he just said made absolutely no sense. So first of all, Gaza isn't occupied. Second of all, the only reason the West Bank is occupied right now is because of terror attacks. In 2023 alone, Israel stopped at least 500 terror attacks that, could have claimed the lives of hundreds of civilians. So none of these Islamic terrorists care about anything he just said. They want to exterminate Jews. That's it. They want to get rid of Israel, commit a second Holocaust, and that's what they're after. They don't want peace. They don't care about the occupation. They don't care about, having their own established state. They just want to exterminate all the Jews. So these concessions this idiot is proposing, it would not lead to any peace. The guy is just an absolute fucking moron. Give me a second. I gotta go upstairs for a second. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. And
Well, I guess ? That I am no longer single. I am giving the girl 6 months to go vegan, and then I'm leaving her. Is that too long? I figure she will come around if I give in a little more the more she goes vegan.
I'd give her like a week or two personally, but everybody has their own something or other. Somebody doesn't go vegan after 6 months. They're real scum. Thanks for the donation though, Axel.
Dear Rich, I am not gay. I can prove it. I'm sick. Should I restart this training block, or continue? Love, Rabbit.
I'm not watching that. Oh my god. Why is this a trend again? Like, isn't beatboxing sort of something that was a thing 10 years ago? And now all of a sudden there's like Joker beatboxing? So Death of Rabbit, I don't know how sick you are, how much training you've missed. So you're gonna have to be more specific if you... I also don't know exactly what you mean by training block either. So you're gonna have to be more specific. I can't really answer that. Thanks for the donation though, Death of Rabbit. Abel, $22. What are your favorite movies of all time? Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Princess Mononoke, Blade Runner, Blade Runner 2049, let's see, The Thing by John Carpenter, It Follows, I think Smile was pretty good. There's a few others. Can't really... Those are the ones that I can remember off the top of my head. Thanks for that donation, Abel.
And who would do that?
But that's out of the question.
Who would have brought 40,000 Hamas fighters to court?
Oh, yes. How could I forget? Terminator 2. Conan the Barbarian as well.
You don't need the entire 40,000 in the same sense that you don't need every last member of the Israeli military to be brought before war crimes because the Israeli military engages in war crimes. There is a path forward, and that's the thing. The reason
you're
why
seriously
this is really
suggesting that Israel should not have responded.
Israel insists.
But you're seriously suggesting that Israel should not have responded to one of the worst terror attacks in history in any military way whatsoever.
You have to be consistent about this, Piers. If we're expecting Palestinians to not respond in any militant sense to literally decades of Israeli atrocities and war crimes against Palestinians...
This guy is just... Who cares? He's a silly retard. He just wants to kill Jews.
Why does it only work one way? Why do we say that Israel must respond militarily, but Palestinians are never said to need to respond militarily to decades of Israeli occupation and war crimes? Why is that double standard there?
Because the argument, as you know, from the other side is if you go back to 1948, that there have been a series of escalations in those 75 years with blame being attached to both sides, small things happening, which then trigger outbreaks of war. And it's gone on now for 75 years. And at the center of it is, an ongoing... but here's my point. The center of it is an ongoing dispute about territory and land. I get all that. But ultimately, you cannot have a situation where on one day, that volume of people are massacred and wounded, in 7,000 people wounded, and that Israel just does nothing. It was so far and away beyond anything anyone had seen in that conflict for 75 years in one day. Of course they were going to respond. Of course Hamas knew. Of course Hamas knew that would be what Israel would do. So they knew what would happen to their own people, and they didn't care. Iran knew what the response would be, and obviously knew what Hamas were going to do. Hezbollah's reaction was not to show a modicum of sympathy for any of the people killed. It was to launch a barrage of rockets in sympathy with Hamas, the terrorists who perpetrated it. And they've...
I feel like you might like the movie called Signal. That sounds familiar. (2014). Oh, that looks bad. Yeah, that looks really bad. I don't know if I'll watch that.
Carried on doing that year, for a whole year, and they've displaced 65, 70,000 Israelis from the north of Israel. And at some point, of course, Israel is going to respond. Now, what part of what I've just said is factually inaccurate?
Yeah, I think the entire framing that Israel is responding is at the fundamental core of what's wrong.
I'm not denying historical. The reason I prefaced it by saying,
not historical.
I said there have been 75 years of flare-ups and wars and everything, and you can argue about all the history as long as you want. What you can't argue with is the scale of what happened on October the 7th was so horrific. It was always going to get a massive...
Who carry news flash Perez people die in war.
Yep. This... I don't know if I can go on, dude. This is so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It was a major attack
of Gaza and let Hamas take charge, and this is where we've got to. How has that helped the people?
No, I don't think that's a correct framing. No, they withdrew in 2005 out of Gaza and then put Gaza under siege and made it a cage.
Leaf Richard Pookie, I hast been ever so sick for 3 days anon. I hast a mild flu, I feeleth much better. Doing a 7 to 8 week cycle centering on magnifying own bench. Can I traineth at which hour am sick? Shouldst I restart mine own cycle? Love Rabbit.
Mild flu, feel much better. I wouldn't start training again until you're over the cold or flu. If you've already lost 3 days, if you've already completed like maybe 4 weeks of training, and you've only lost 3 days, and you feel like you're over it, then sure, finish the cycle. If you only just started and it's like the second week, then just restart. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit. Hope that helps.
And allowed Hamas to govern this cage internally.
Do you like Wayne's World? Yeah, I liked the first Wayne's World movie. I haven't seen the second one yet.
Can be the prison wardens of Palestinian prisoners. That's not meaningful governance. And then you can have a serious debate about how Hamas spent its money. You can say that maybe what they should have done is make this cage a little bit more pleasant for Palestinians to live in. And instead, they chose to devote their resources into breaking out of that cage by investing in military infrastructure. I'm not a fan of Hamas. I don't support them.
Oh, right. Oh my god. The reason there's a border wall around Gaza is because of the terror attacks, so he's literally claiming the terror attacks are because Israel tried to protect themselves against the terror attacks. Such a massive contradiction. Like, he loves Hamas, he wants Jews to be killed. This guy literally admitted he supported Hassan Nasrallah. Like, give me a fucking break. This guy is a crypto-fascist. He just wants to kill Jews.
I oppose their rule. I don't think they're a particularly positive influence on Palestinian society. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about a captive population that Israel has just put in a cage and left to rot, it is natural that people are going to be drawn to more extremist and violent ideologies in order to break to that fundamental injustice.
But do you accept, though? But do you accept
that's really the reality?
Do you accept that you have the three H's: the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, all prescribed terror groups to many nations around the world, all of them funded and resourced by Iran? And do you accept that at some point, when you have that kind of concentrated collection of groups that are wedded to the destruction of Israel, Israel is going to do what it can to try and save itself, right? You can argue about the history as much as you want, but they're going to do that. And what is inarguable, it seems to me right now, what I put to Professor Morandi, is that from a pure military perspective, it would appear that Israel is having enormous success now in taking on Hamas, Hezbollah, now the Houthis, and Iran has disappeared. Iran is doing nothing to defend these.
I oppose their rule bull fucking shit.
Yeah, he's full of crap. He's just saying that so that, you know, he's still considered a serious person, but he's clearly completely full of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These groups that he's funded for so long. Now, maybe they will, but at the moment, it looks like either they don't have the ability to properly get involved, or they don't have the will. And that could be an enormous transformative revelation for that whole region, couldn't it?
Yeah, two things on what you just said, Piers. I think the fundamental reality is that Israel is insisting on a situation of dominance. Again, this is not a status quo in which Israel is just another country in the region. The occupation and ethnic cleansing and apartheid and the genocide now in Gaza are an ongoing process. And Israel has an option. It is true that this has triggered a reaction in the region in which militant groups and movements are emerging and that Iran is indulging those militant groups. They're not proxies of Iran, just for clarity. Ansarullah in Yemen are a genuine Yemeni group. Hezbollah in Lebanon is a genuine Lebanese movement. Its roots are in Lebanon. The same with Hamas in the Palestinian areas.
Hezbollah were
but it's also true that Iran
Hezbollah was initially created by members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard who trained them. 1,500 members of the Revolutionary trained Hezbollah to get them going. Of course, they're a proxy.
Yes, Iran is supporting them in order to get them going. But members of Hezbollah are Lebanese. Hassan Nasrallah, who was just assassinated, was born and raised in Lebanon. To me, proxy implies that they're not independent actors. They're just tools that Iran sent into the region.
Yes, that's what they are.
That's exactly what I think Hezbollah's
these are actors in the region. No, they are.
This is historically documented. Iran created Hezbollah.
Actors in the region that are defiant towards Israeli regional dominance, and because they have a common cause with Iran, Iran is arming and training them. That's the dynamic. And yes, Israel has an option. They can start behaving within the bounds of international law and reach a peace agreement with the people around them and with Palestinians that would then suck all the energy away from these fanatical groups that want to keep fighting, or Israel can continue massacring Palestinians and taking their land and insisting on pursuing a military.
Like, again, the guy he defended, Hassan Nasrallah, he's literally quoted it as saying, "I hope all Jews gather in Israel so that it will be easier to kill them all. I won't have to hunt them down across the globe." Yeah, right. If Israel were just friendly to them, they wouldn't want to yeah, right.
Strategy against new and emerging military threats. By all means, if you want to do it your way, you have endless war in the Middle East.
Well,
or you can insist that Israel behaves.
Yeah, endless war. Right, because the conflict with Hezbollah looks endless, right? In literally a matter of days, Israel has completely fucked over Hezbollah. Like, give me a break.
Don't say it's my way, because don't say it's my way, because I see no plan which makes much sense to me about what Israel intends to do with Gaza after this, or indeed what its ultimate plan is for Lebanon. So this is not my way. I'm just telling you what it looks like from the outside, which it looks like Israel is now on the ascendance against its traditional.
Allowing any Islamic entity to have mass destruction weapon because they are not showing responsibility. They have been bullying, they have been intimidating other religions and ethnic groups. The Islamic hatred against the Jewish people is evident.
There are two huge issues with allowing Islamic nations to have nuclear weapons. One, they literally believe they're going to get 72 virgins in heaven if they die. So, like, yeah, they're probably much more willing to use a nuclear weapon, even if it meant mutually assured destruction. And two, these are much less stable societies. So, if there was, like, some sort of government collapse, like, even crazier terrorist groups could get a hold of these nuclear weapons. Like, imagine if Afghanistan had nuclear weapons. Well, the Taliban right now would have nukes, right? So that's probably the bigger threat with Islamic nations having nuclear weapons. But yeah, I totally agree with what Mossad?
And of course, many people can hide behind the Palestine as a device to express their anti-Semitism, to inflict pain on the Jewish people after they suffered a genocide on October 7, which, by the way, by the definition, the only genocide was committed is on October 7. What's happening in Gaza is not a genocide, it's collateral damage. It's the use of human shields that has been justified by Omar and many advocates on behalf of Palestine who think that the use of human shields and kidnapping people and raping and looting and the calls for annihilating of a human race is a form of resistance.
Baseless. I've never justified any of these things.
Shut up. You shut up. It's my turn now. So now,
by all means, yeah.
The thing is, they invert the narrative.
It's literally in Hamas's charter, and again, Nasrallah literally admitted publicly that he wanted to exterminate the world of Jews. Like, this guy is just a fucking lying dipshit.
They invert the narrative. Every time they suffer a defeat, they call it a genocide. And we say, no, there is a big difference between defeat and a genocide. You started this war and you killed Jewish people on October 7 by the name of Allah, not by the name of Palestine. Then
exactly, it's called self-defense.
Yep, but apparently when Jews use self-defense, it's genocide. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The entire Muslim world backed Hamas in a global offensive against the Jewish people, a small minority that is resilient to time, with overwhelming evidence in relationship to the land, the only indigenous people to the land who did not oppose allowing the Arabs to stay in the state of Israel. This is why we have 2 million Arabs in Israel. So now, to accuse Israel of ethnic cleansing,
Israel was established
to accuse Israel of genocide,
while
you are the perpetrator. You are the perpetrator. Why are you interrupting me? I listened to your false narrative all the way until the end.
No.
So this is the time to sit down and listen.
Carry on.
Sit down and listen.
This is what Muslims do, by the way. Anytime you actually make an argument that's about to defeat their position, they always try to interrupt you. Always. That's what all of them do. It has to be like some sort of coordinated, agreed upon playbook, because they all do that.
Listen.
Carry on with your nonsense.
This is your mastery, inverting the narrative. This is what you do best. You are the perpetrator, then suddenly you become the victim. And I tell you something, Iran will be punished. Everyone who's standing behind terrorism, Hamas is a terrorist organization designated as a terrorist organization in the United States. You cannot be American and supportive of Hamas. You say you are not a big fan of Hamas, but you are a big fan of Hassan Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah killed many Americans, hundreds of Americans. Hassan Nasrallah is a criminal, Ayatollah is a criminal, and whether you come by the name of Allah or by the name of religion, it doesn't matter. Justice must be delivered. What happened on October 7, it's not about how many Jews were killed. We cannot agree to that. Nobody in the free world would agree on Hamas aggression that was documented by their own cameras. And of course, we will have to go after them. Otherwise, if I to listen to you, earth will be corrupted. If I to just follow your logic that the war started.
This is like, this is like saying, oh, well, after Germany rounded up Jews, put them in concentration camps, invaded other countries, oh, let's not fight Germany, let's try to make a peace deal. Like, that's literally what this dumbass is arguing.
Honestly, Mossab, do you believe anything that you're saying, or do you just vomit nonsense
The war
nonstop?
started 1400 years ago. Your mosque in Jerusalem is built on the top of the Jewish temple. You go below the mosque and we have all the evidence. You don't have the right to delegitimize Israel as a nation. It's against facts, it's against the Bible, it's against history. You cannot rewrite the history by keep inverting and spreading false narrative.
Okay. Listen, I want to.
You're going nowhere.
All right,
Israel
Mossab,
is
thank
going
you.
nowhere.
Okay.
And you need to have the legitimacy first.
Okay.
You must have the
Thank you,
legitimacy
Mossab.
as a
All right.
Palestinian.
All right, Omar, finally and very
that
quickly,
you are legitimate first.
I've got to wrap this up, guys.
Before you
I'm
try
gonna
to
wrap this up.
delegitimize
I just want to
Israel.
ask Omar the same question I asked Mossab, which is, if Israel launches a ground offensive into Lebanon, what do you think is going to happen here?
They're going to get fucked.
Yeah, just very quickly.
Hezbollah's
I'm
going to
say
get fucked.
that Mossab just all he does is level ridiculous, baseless personal accusations about what I think and what I do, and it's just, again, not a serious argument. Israel was established at the expense of Palestinians. In order to create a Jewish state, they had to ethnically cleanse hundreds of thousands of Palestinians out of their homes in order to manufacture that democracy.
Nope. He's lying. Arabs started a war with Jews, and that's why they were displaced, not because the state of Israel existed. Krabby Patty, $20. One time there was this Muslim guy who was being racist to Indians on a chat. Turns out he was living in Germany, claiming to be German, but in reality he was a refugee that escaped Tunisia with his family. LMAO. Does he know the real Germans want him out? Who knows, dude? Like, at the end of the day, racists are just stupid. Like, they're just dumb. I don't think dumb people are really thinking that far ahead. They're just chimps. Chimps just do chimp shit. And they don't really think about those things. Thanks for the donation, though, Krabby Patty.
Demographic reality. That's just a fact. Now in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion of Lebanon is going to be a disaster.
Your narrative is false.
I think you're going. Okay, can you please keep your mouth just zipped while I'm talking, since you made a big deal about you having time? Now, when you talk about what's happening in Lebanon, I think this ground invasion is going to be a disaster for the entire region. I think they're going to try to turn South Lebanon into another Gaza. I think they're going to engage in a massive, unspeakable scale of violence. And I think that even though Hezbollah's leadership has been decapitated, there's still plenty of soldiers on the ground who are far better trained than Hamas fighters. And so we are in for an absolutely bloody mess.
Yeah, right. This guy's an idiot.
That increases the chances of it developing into a major regional and destruction.
Passions run high.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Israel's gonna fuck him up, so...
How should we think about the death of Wim Hof's first wife, Olaya, in 1995, now that we know that the world-famous guru of ice and breathwork kicked his second wife in her stomach when she was pregnant with Wim's fifth child? This is the question that I was trying to answer last night when I recorded this video, and this morning there's already been a huge update. After De Volkskrant's piece came out this weekend, Genesis Films announced that they have stopped production on the feature film The Iceman, which was about Wim Hof's life. It seems that the Wim Hof empire really is on the verge of collapse. All right, now let's get back to the video that I recorded last night. Over the weekend, the Dutch newspaper De Volkskrant put out a report alleging intense domestic violence in Wim Hof's relationships with his ex-wives and partners, both sexual and physical, and also assaulting one of his stepsons. And this is a bombshell of a report because it shows a side of Wim Hof that he has always tried to keep hidden. And yet I think we're at a point now where if we don't talk about this, we're enabling really, really bad things to come forward. So I'm going to do just two or three things in this report. I'm going to go over the De Volkskrant evidence and talk a little bit about what it means about his actual origin story and some really, really problematic facts that I've been collecting for about 2 years now about his relationship with Olaya Hof, which was his first wife, that indicate, well, some pretty dire things. So, you know, this is sort of extemporaneous. I have a lot of notes that I'm going to refer to, but you just follow with me on this. You know, I have been reporting on a spate of deaths, 34 people who died doing the Wim Hof method. And I had written this book, What Doesn't Kill Us, that really, really supported Wim and everything that he did over the years. And I find it, I have a duty to tell you what I know and also where the limitations of my knowledge are. So, yeah. And before I get too much deeper, you know, I've known that this story was coming out because I've actually had several conversations with Carolyn, who was the main source in the story, over the years, where she told me about the abuse that Wim had done to her, how he had beaten her, how there was sexual abuse. But at the time, she told me that she wanted to be off the record. She didn't want any of that information to come out. So that has been informing my reporting over the years, even though I haven't actually said it, which might give you a little bit of context for why my reports look like they have over the last few years. I am so grateful to De Volkskrant, in particular Annika Stoffelen, who was the main reporter on the piece, for their excellent reporting, which picked up court records, which has lots of corroborating information and sources. So it's not just a single source piece. They have done really their due diligence. And I highly recommend that you just go read that piece, and there will be links down in the description to it, because that will give you more context than what I'm able to provide right here. Before we go too much further into this, the one thing that I want to just highlight up front is that some people will say, they will see this report and say, well, I don't care about his personal life. I don't care who Wim is as a person, if he's done bad things, because his method works and it makes their lives better. And I will say that I still do the Wim Hof method, the breath work and the cold all the time. I'm still like 11 or 12-year practitioner at this point. But we need to call out his personal behavior because his recklessness gets people hurt. And if he is saying that his methods can cure mental illness and change the way that your body works to become a better and more compassionate person, well, it should give us pause a little bit if his own actions are violent, if his own actions make him more unstable and even dangerous. So let's dig in as you evaluate your own relationship with Wim Hof and his method. After Olaya Hof, Wim Hof's first wife, with whom he had, I think, 4 children, died, Wim Hof went off back to Amsterdam. He lived in a squat house, and he was really having trouble taking care of his children. He met this woman, Caroline, and they hit it off at first, but soon things turned pretty dark. In this article, Caroline says that Hof called her a whore for talking to other men, and in an email called her a dirty bitch whore, and they have documentation of that. Now, over the years, their relationship got more and more increasingly violent, and to quote the article again, Hof confronted her in the living room one evening, roaring with rage after she had once again asked him to find a solution for his children. And context there, his children and him were not living together. They were living in a squat house. He was living with Caroline, and it was a big contested thing in their relationship. He slapped my face, and then he dragged me through the room by my hair and tried to kick me in the belly. I was just about able to hide behind the couch, so his kick only grazed me, and then he left. Now, what's really important about that is at this moment, she was 3 months pregnant with Wim Hof's 5th child, Noah. So Wim Hof is beating his pregnant wife. They later write that he grabbed me by the throat, cutting off my breath. I came very close to dying, and eventually he let me go, probably because Noah was around. This is actually several years afterwards. So he's choking her, and almost kills her. She's getting ready to die, and Wim lets her go and goes away. Now, this was in a report to the Dutch child welfare, but Wim Hof maintains that that's not true. Now, over the years, this violence made its way into the courtrooms. There is extensive documentation. I believe it's in the divorce filings and a child welfare decree, as well as an individual court judgment in the Dutch courts. Now, in one of those court proceedings, the court documents say that the magistrate was not impressed. This gentleman calls himself the Iceman, he said. Meanwhile, he has many personal problems. For example, you've hurt yourself by sitting on a fountain. Now, context here, Wim Hof sat on a fountain in Vondel Park in Amsterdam and almost killed himself by giving himself what is called the near-fatal enema. There's a big story to that, and I've done other videos about it, so I won't get into the details, but it's a bananas story. Having read this case, I cannot help but think that what you do as a sportsman is perhaps an escape from the reality of your personal life. After that assault charge, Hoff was sentenced to 40 hours of community service and to pay a €350 fine, which was a slap on the wrist for domestic violence and almost killing his wife. Why it went that way, I cannot say. But at least they admitted that there was a court judgment. Now, in a second judgment, this happened in 2015 when Carolyn was trying to get formal custody of her child Noah, the Dutch Child Welfare Council concluded that Hoff had committed so much psychological violence against his son Noah that the boy never felt safe with him. The court therefore decided that Hoff had forfeited the right to parental access. This is a big deal. Custody of Wim's own child went to Carolyn. And in one of those letters, Wim wrote, "I have been a bastard because of my situation with my children, who are driven by other realities and have poisoned my heart." In yet another email, he wrote, "They won't change unless I make a lot of money." Now, this was like roughly 2010. And why that statement is really interesting to me is this was before Wim got really, really famous. That sort of happened around 2013, 2014. And Ainam, his oldest son, was more or less disconnected with Wim at that time. But then when they reconnected, Ainam did it by his own recollection because of the money.
I don't practice his method, right? 9 years ago, I saw an opportunity with my dad. I didn't spoke to him like for 10 years or something. I made my little website, blah, blah. He broke up with his wife in those times. And I saw an opportunity, I grabbed it, because he was famous as the Iceman. Wim Hof method did not exist. It was like, but he did have a lot of attention towards him. So I always say, I sell air and cold. Marketing guy, Fuck yeah, it's mine.
It's not Wim's.
It's not Wim's.
Is that abnormal for you to get into?
Yes, I never take ice baths. I never take them. Fuck this. I got a trauma, man, from the ice baths,
And so Wim has this control over his children, this relationship which is based around finances more than love, because Wim was pretty abusive, it seems. Now, I have seen Wim in violent rages on multiple occasions. Now, famously in my book, What Doesn't Kill Us, it ends with Wim, getting really, really angry at me and everyone else on the group when we're trying to summit this final set of inclines, and Wim pushes people to a place where everyone, including the guides, think it's dangerous, and he's just so angry at me. And Wim himself, we had a little disagreement about an hour ago, and most of the group stayed behind. They wanted lunch, which you can't really blame them. Even maybe more importantly, things that I have personally noticed with him on my various interactions. I didn't put this in What Doesn't Kill Us. I didn't think it fit at the time, but I think it's relevant to talk about now. When I'd arrived in Holland, I think this was in 2015, he was dating a woman who was in a nearby city whose job was like a beautician. They'd met on a Wim Hof course, and he was absolutely head over heels in love with her, telling me all this great stuff about how great their relationship was. And I was like, that's cool. But 3 or 4 days into the trip there, I was there about a week or maybe a week and a half.
High vegetarian gains.
I am not a scumbag vegetarian, but hello. Thanks for the donation, big fan.
He got really, really angry. He just had a phone call with her, and he was like looking at me like crying and yelling and red in the face, upset because she told him that she was pregnant with his child, and she had gotten chosen to have an abortion. And Wim was apoplectically mad at that, and he called her all sorts of terrible names for doing that. And in my opinion, a woman has a right to choose what she does with her body. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she had decided that she just couldn't raise a child with Wim. Maybe she'd experienced some of these violent outbursts himself. And I saw that. And I saw his rage, what to me was an inexplicable rage, because he really wanted another child. And I don't know, it has never sat with me. I've seen this sort of like almost hatred sometimes towards women. And this brings me to what I was sort of highlighting at the very beginning of this conversation. Let's talk about Olaya Hoff and that death, which happened in 1995, because it's like the founding myth of Wim Hof's origin story, and that story usually goes like this. Wim and Olaya had a troubled relationship. It was magical in some ways, and they loved each other, but she had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. And eventually it was too much for her, and she jumped out of the window during the running of the bulls in Pamplona. And from that grief of dealing with his wife's suicide, he has doubled down on the method and had become the Iceman. He found strength in the ice because of Olaya's death. Now, that's the story that it's very important to note that Wim publicly recounts. There aren't a lot of other sources that were adults at that time who talk about this. This is Wim's statement. Olaya was unstable. He could have saved her, but she was being taken advantage of by the pharmaceutical company that was trying to treat her, and it messed with her head. She saw demons, and she couldn't handle them, and eventually she died. That's the general story that gets repeated basically all over the internet. Let's talk about some of the inconsistencies that Wim Hof has communicated to De Volkskrant over the years of coverage. Now, obviously, the Dutch newspaper has been covering Wim at least since 1998, when he first started popping up in local media stories. Now, in 1998, Wim Hof told De Volkskrant that his first wife, Olaya, had died in a, quote, run-of-the-mill car crash, which is a very different story. Of course, in 2022, Wim stated in an interview that she had jumped from an apartment building 8 stories down. That was also the story that Wim Hof told me in 2013. So either he was really embarrassed about the reason that she died, or something is inconsistent at the very least. But there are echoes that the Wim Hof that Carolyn has described, right? That Caroline has described of his violent behavior. We see echoes of that in Wim Hof's relationship with Olaya. Now, this is what his brother, Wim Hof's brother, older brother, Rob Hof, remembers from that time when I interviewed him about a year ago.
Then we found Olaya at the home crying, and she was in Holland, not speaking the language, and left alone with the children. Wim was outside, didn't leave any money. When he came back, he treated her very badly. My former girlfriend was a psychologist and saw everything. He beat her. And when she cried, he locked her up in the wardrobe.
And that is the life that Olaya lived with Wim. Now, of course, I wasn't there for the Olaya years. I can just sort of look back and try to reinterpret the facts that have been reported in various places. But the fact that his brother, who at that point had even spoken to other people, Volkskrant talks about how he had talked to his now ex-wife who he was estranged from, and how she also remembered this talk of violence, it sort of indicates...
Is it a holiday today? The fuck is this? Okay.
It's that in 1995, their relationship was really, really troubled. Now, there's another report as well, this one in the Daily Mail in 2022, that also indicates that there was violence in the relationship. Now, I'm going to read you a couple passages from that paper. I asked him about his lowest point, and Wim Hof braces as if he stepped onto the ice. That's very colorful writing. Once, she was behind our son with a knife, Wim admits. My son escaped. He ran away. She was saying that he had to die to live. The voices were telling her to kill her own children. And then Wim nods. She thought that by throwing them from the flat down to the ground, she would save their spirits, their beings, and that she loved them. Now, if that's true, that's some really hardcore insanity stuff. But I think it's really, to me, what is so important is the fact that there's knife play going on. There's a knife being used in their relationship. There's clearly violence amongst the kids. And why didn't Wim get his kids out of that house immediately? If she is a clear and present danger and she wants to throw the children from the windows, right, in the way that she died later, that's really, really problematic. That's really, really bad. In another passage in that article, it says they lurched between apathy and violence. Wim said, you never know what was coming or when. It would be quite normal for weeks, and then it would come out of the blue. She did hurt herself. She cut herself in the throat. And he makes a violent stabbing motion. She cut her wrists, her arms. I had to hide all the knives. I mean, if she's running after her kid with a knife, that's a really, really bad thing. But remember, this is also Wim's account. We don't have another account of what that relationship was like, except that it was violent. And then there's this part in that article, and it's just really, really scary to me. Now, the Daily Mail asked Wim whether they were still married at the time of her death. And Wim, well, he had said that right before she died, she had asked for a divorce. Here's the article again. Olaya was staying with her parents in Spain, and on that fateful night in 1995, when she eventually took her own life, age 35, having kissed her children goodbye only moments before. It's unclear as to whether they were still together at this point. He says they were, although that she had wanted a divorce, but I think it was one of her personalities telling her to say goodbye because she always came back. So Olaya dies at the same time frame that she's asking for a divorce, and Wim has a history of violence with women who cause him trouble and cause him consternation. That's really a weird statement, because at other points it says that she died.
Can you rank the taste of Jasmine's pussy on the boom meter?
Big AJ! What's that? It's a double chunk chocolate cookie! Big AJ, what's that? It's a double chunk chocolate cookie! AJ, what's that? It's a double chunk chocolate cookie! AJ, what is it with everyone in this double chunk chocolate cookie? Great double chunk chocolate cookies! It's a double chunk chocolate cookie! Boom!
It ranks very highly on the boom meter.
Excuse me, are you Big Justice?
No, I'm Baby Grum.
Baby Grum, do you want a chicken bake or a double chunk chocolate cookie?
I don't want nothing. I don't want to get diabetes.
Ugh, what the heck?
Get out of my face.
Okay.
It's AJ, it's Dojo, it's Dotoli.
And Big Justice. And they're gonna try this white pie from Peter's Pizzeria and rank it on the boot.
First slice of Peter's Pizza going in. This tastes better. I'm gonna give this 5 booms. Boom! 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 Peter's white pizza going in. Can't end the streak there. This white pie gets 5 big booms. Boom! 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 Ba, 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 ba. Boom!
Peter's Pizzeria gets a big boom!
Thanks for the donation, N-word. Appreciate it.
Died at 2 in the morning. So the kids are up and she kisses them and then jumps out the window. How do we know that kiss happened? The kids were asleep. How do they remember they were kissed? Over the years, he has given several different alibis for where he was at the time of Olaya's death. Now, in general, he says he was far outside of the city doing something like canyoneering. I remember in 2013, what my memory is he told me that he was in Holland at the time. But I don't think I have a recording of that, so maybe my memory is a little screwy. But let's go into with the canyoneering explanation. To quote the Mail again, I went to the morgue with her father, and there she was. But the strange thing was she looked peaceful. I saw peace in her face. All that terror that I'd seen before was gone. And in a way, you realize that the person is better off in this state because you're not in terror anymore. Read that again. She's better off. Olaya, dead Olaya, is better off in this dead state. Now, maybe that's just very colorful language, but it's super, super creepy, right? It's creepy to say that your wife is better off. Maybe it's really just he's trying to be poetic or something, or reinforce the necessity of her death to do the method, but it's a weird thing. And then there's this, okay, here's something I really need to get to. It's a detail of her death notice that I found in a local paper. Now you can see it here, it's in Spanish.
That was my day today. It was just fine. I had a day off training, tried to get the t-shirt I designed printed, but nobody in the printing shop would come to the desk. Might have been because it's a holiday, who knows. Where is it? Yeah, there's the t-shirt design I made. Yeah, that's a sick t-shirt, dude. Or it's gonna be a sick t-shirt. Yeah, it's a holiday today.
But there are some pretty key facts that we can point out. Now, Olaya died on July 14th, 1995 at 2 in the morning. Now, she was buried the next day at 11:30 a.m. This means that there were only 33 hours before the moment of her death and the autopsy and investigation, which is normal state procedures, and her actual burial in the ground. That is a lightning fast timeline. In Spain, I have checked this. In Spain, it is mandatory to do an investigation on suicides, a medical examiner report on suicides. They rushed that through. And it also, the strange thing is, it means that Wim, who was camping, in that article it said he was camping with 6 people, he was taking them canyoneering in the wilderness outside of Pamplona. Now, this is in an era before cell phones. It's 1995. Not everyone has a cell phone. Wim, who was poor at that point, wouldn't have had a cell phone. And yet he was able to arrive at the morgue the very next day. Now, theoretically, that could be possible, right? That's something that could be possible, but it's a very, very quick timeline for him to get that information and get there so quickly. And the newspaper indicates that he was in attendance at that funeral. It feels to me that something is just a little weird there, that he has changed the story multiple times over the years. And then, I've sort of been building up to this. One of the reasons why I've pursued this line of inquiry with you, why would you bring up the strangeness of Wim Hof's first wife's death? Well, I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't gotten some other leads over the years. So, context, I put out this video called The Rise and Fall of the Wim Hof Empire, where I was talking about a bunch of people who had died doing the Wim Hof method. I was talking about some sketchy business practices, some issues with the Wim Hof method. And I got a lot of, well, honestly, I got a lot of hate on the internet. If you look at the comment sections of that article, a lot of people are very, very angry with me for pointing out, the facts of people dying. But there were also people who were like, yeah, I've seen weird stuff with him too. And one of those people who approached me was a guy named John Villabrera, who was one of Wim's managers in about 2010. Right before Ainem sort of took control, Wim had this group of other people who had set up events for him when he was trying to become, the Iceman. Okay, I'm just going to read a part of that exchange that I had with John Villabrera. He says, I'll share some more details later, but for now, Wim was under the regime of Henny Boogert for a long time. Henny Boogert was a photographer who shot some very famous photos of Wim. He's a photographer who had control over Wim. Anyway, Henny accused Wim for financial gain. I don't know what that sentence means, but this next sentence is key. Wim's wife died in Spain after falling out of a window. Wim was a climbing instructor there and was eventually imprisoned for 8 weeks as a suspect for pushing his wife out of the window. That's what he wrote to me. And when I got that message, and this was about 2 years ago, I read his note and I really tried to corroborate Villabrera's account. I have been in touch with the police in Spain. I've been talking to family members in Pamplona. But it's really difficult as an American reporter to get any information out of the Spanish government, let alone a death that happened almost 30 years ago. So I've never been able to corroborate the fact that there might have been a murder investigation against Wim Hof for the death of his wife, Olaya. But let's step back for a moment and examine the facts of how his relationship with Caroline had been. He had been arrested for beating her on multiple occasions. Meanwhile, Rob Hof, Wim's brother, talked about her locking Olaya in a closet and beating her as well. It seemed there's newspaper reports about violence in the relationship, and then there's maybe at least one person who knew Wim back in the day says that there was a murder investigation. The allegation there is, did Wim push Olaya out of the window? And there's no way I can know that for sure. But what I can say is that when you have a violent man in a relationship with a mentally unstable woman, and they are still together, and then this toxic round and round relationship, Wim Hof was probably, pushed her into more mentally unstable states, and maybe being with Wim Hof, made her more likely to jump out of a window, if not something more criminal and disturbing could have been happening. And there are documented court judgments. You need to read that De Volkskrant article to know who this Wim Hof is. Now, let's just step back really big one more time and ask, why is any of this important? Wim Hof is a health guru. He says he can help you solve your mental illness with his breath work and cold protocols. But his stories change all the time. And when he tries to communicate the science, he gets things wrong all the time. He has made up Guinness Book of World Record feats. He claims records that he has never had. He lies about the science. He has a right word drift. He has violent takes towards women. Is this the man you want to be getting health advice from? Now, I'm not saying that the cold and breath work aren't beneficial. I still practice these things, but I don't practice them because of Wim Hof. I respect that he brought them to my attention, but you can do those things without Wim. You can practice breathwork and resilience without Wim instead of putting this man on a pedestal. He has serious, serious flaws and liabilities, and I regret my role in making Wim Hof so famous. Now, in my book, and I'm actually working on a revision of What Doesn't Kill Us right now. It's been in the works for a while. It should be out in a few months. And I read it over, and I didn't give him a free pass. I pointed out his madness on many, many occasions. But as you get more and more famous, more and more people tell you how great you are. They've told Wim how great he is. They've put him on a pedestal. And it's bad. It's bad. People are looking to him for spiritual advice as a role model for how to act as a person. And when they hear stories about these negative things that have happened about Wim, like if they hear stories about the 34 people who have drowned while doing the Wim Hof method in water, they say, it doesn't matter because I love Wim. It doesn't matter people dying. It doesn't matter that he beat multiple women that he was with. He beat a pregnant woman. He kicked a pregnant woman in the stomach. That doesn't matter because I had a great ice bath. Reevaluate your relationship with the Wim Hof method if you are a practitioner. If you're not a practitioner, hey, I still stand by ice baths. I think they're great. I think breath work is great. I'll probably be doing some more reporting on this in the future, but I really, personally, I'm fatigued, and I would like to be done with Wim in my life. Like, I think when the book comes out, maybe I'll never do another video about him because I'm done. So done. I've expended so much emotional effort.
Yeah, that's very weird. He probably killed his first wife, sounds like.
Is about the guy that got featured on Goop who just swims around in cold water or whatever? Also, would you be willing to debate YMS on the topic of veganism? He seems to be mostly open and understanding of the idea. It might not take much convincing.
I don't know if he'd be willing to debate me. I remember I saw him doing a live stream, and I asked him why isn't he vegan, and he didn't answer the question, but he knows who I am. I don't know if he'd be willing to do a debate with me, though. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. And yeah, Wim Hof is the guy who is on Goop who swims in cold water. He's a fucking retard. Israel currently pounding the fuck out of Hezbollah. Goddamn right.
Breaking news segment, as we have gotten reports just minutes ago that Israeli forces have begun the actual ground invasion of southern Lebanon, with Israeli armored vehicles and Israeli infantry now breaching the border areas with the Lebanese armed forces in retreat, and Hezbollah forces, according to some preliminary reports, possibly making last stands in some areas along the border, trying to buy their few commanders left some time to figure out what sort of decisions to make. We are getting absolutely major news coming out at this moment, and I once again want to make sure that y'all all know that this is in fact happening live. We do not run streams on Mondays, and we do not run them outside of our 10 p.m. scheduled time every single day unless if it is a breaking news segment. And at this very moment, this is without a doubt a breaking.
Can you draw Wim Hof doing his famous method, sniffing up a group of fleeing midgets? Thanks.
News segment as
Yeah. I can certainly do that for you. I could do that. Thanks for the donation, Molly. I will work on that drawing right now. I can't get Air Server to work, but I'll show everybody the drawing after it's done. Thanks again, dude.
a brand new war is beginning inside the Middle East with an official ground invasion by Israel into the nation of Lebanon. We have incredibly major news, and we will be making sure to keep y'all up to date with any information and any news that is coming out live while we are here on air. But to move us into our first and major pieces of news for the day, we were able to hear that around an hour and a half ago, or 2 hours ago, Yoav Gallant, who is the Minister of Defense of Israel, stated that the next stage of the conflict was going to be starting very soon. And we can actually see a picture here of Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, as he made that statement around several hours ago. About an hour later, we started to hear reports that there was a decent amount of armed action.
Okay, my iPad is dead. It needs to charge. I'll try drawing in Photoshop. Should be fine. Oh, that's not good.
What product/brand is the pajama you are wearing? I need one.
It's a hoodie. That's the, it's like hoodie without the H. It's called hoodie. Thanks for the donation, Jason. Wish my iPad was charged. All right. There's my drawing of Wim Hof. I don't even know what you mean. I don't know how to draw exactly what you mean. Sniffing up a group of fleeing midgets. That's the closest I could do. So there's Wim Hof chasing after a bunch of midgets. Thanks for the donation, though, Mally. Hope you enjoyed that. I think that's a pretty good one. I'm going to save that.
Not a ground invasion yet, but armed action that was occurring around the area of Lebanon and also near to the area of northern Israel. We were able to get a report from the Israeli command that an entire region of northern Israel near the Upper Galilee area had been closed off, and entry into this area was strictly prohibited by anyone. We can actually see the outline of this specific area here in the Upper Galilee region near to the northern Israel border with Lebanon, and we can also see the Israeli military statement that was made by the IDF spokesman saying, in accordance with the assessment of the situation, it was decided to order a closed area in the area of Metala, Meshevam, and Kfar Giladi. The IDF clarifies that entering this area is strictly prohibited except for military personnel. We were also able to see that the Israeli Navy was engaging in destroying Lebanese drones flying into the area of northern Israel during this exact time, as this footage here was captured from an Israeli Sa'ar-class frigate as it engaged and destroyed a Lebanese drone over the airspace of northern Israel close to the port of Haifa. We then got additional footage and information showing that Israeli airstrikes were continuing in very large form around the entirety of the nation, including explosions that were occurring in the city of Beirut at this very time leading up to the attack. We can see one of these airstrikes right here.
Very large explosions, and also, what was the target on those?
Fantastic work.
We're not
I particularly like the midget on the left.
Thank you, Mally. Glad you enjoyed that. Appreciate the donation.
Exactly sure. We believe it may have been some sort of a Hezbollah stronghold or munitions dump, but the information about the exact target on this strike is unknown at the moment. We can see fires beginning to rage where the explosions just rocked the buildings below, and showing that some sort of significant damage, of course, was caused by the bombing. You see a fire continuing to burn down there in an incredibly large form, once again showing that some sort of significant damage was caused, possibly to a stockpile within that area of Beirut. Meanwhile, down near the Lebanese border, things were getting incredibly a little bit hairy, if you want to say that, because we were getting a load of reports here about 30 to 40 minutes ago that were conflicting each other. We got an Israeli...
Would you be willing to get down on your hands and knees scrubbing public toilets in Ottawa 5 days a week? 8 hours a day for 12 months. At the end, you get paid $2 million. Yeah, I'd be willing to do that.
Israeli report saying that, well, we actually got a report from CNN saying that satellite footage and pictures are showing that there was an Israeli military buildup along the border about an hour before the actual invasion began. We then got information of a massive Israeli tanks entering Lebanon, according to the Clash report, and this was also reported by several Lebanese forces. And then we also got to hear that Hezbollah claimed that Israel had not entered the area of southern Lebanon at all. All three of these reports came out simultaneously. So CNN said there was a massive buildup. Another source said that Israeli forces were flooding over the border en masse, and Hezbollah stated that there was absolutely no Israeli military vehicles on the move near the border whatsoever, and that everything was a complete farce, although there was a buildup of Israeli forces on the northern side of the border. We then started to hear some more interesting information that really led us to see that the ground invasion was beginning. Actual Lebanese armed forces, not of Hezbollah, but the Lebanese army, began to withdraw from their positions along the border, and we were able to get a couple of clips of this right here. We could see a Lebanese M113 APC.
Yeah, like no shit. I'm sure the Lebanese army has no interest in fighting Israel. It's just fucking Hezbollah.
Moving on out of the area and further north towards the city of Tyre, along with a Humvee and several other vehicles as well that are a part of the Lebanese army. We were then
That's very interesting. Were we expecting the Lebanese army to actually stand there and basically help Hezbollah out, or was this expected that the Lebanese were going to withdraw?
We didn't really know what they were going to be doing, to be entirely honest. We largely expected that they were most likely going to withdraw because the Lebanese armed forces are incredibly weak and could not stand up in a conventional fight against the state of Israel. So we were expecting that they probably were going to try and withdraw and spare their armed forces a very unfortunate fate at the hands of the Israelis. So it seems as though this is largely going to plan, but we weren't really sure what they were going to be doing because while Israel is invading and they're invading to destroy Hezbollah, there is a decent argument that the Lebanese armed forces hypothetically would have fought the Israelis because they're violating Lebanese sovereignty by invading their country. But nevertheless, it appears that they're already actively retreating, and we were able to get an additional clip here, once again showing a further retreat of Lebanese military forces. And from those two clips, although we're not seeing the entire Lebanese force that was along the border, we are getting a really good idea that the Lebanese army is in full retreat at this moment, most likely incredibly far north. They will probably be retreating all the way above the oh my lord, the Litani River. There we go. I was about to call it the Nabatev River, although that's not correct. They're going to be moving further north of the Litani River and most likely holding position there until the Israelis reach that area, and then they'll be retreating from that location as well. We also then finally started to get actual video and picture evidence to corroborate the claim that the Israeli armed forces had in fact moved across the border, and we were able to get some of that footage right here. This is actually the first picture ever published by the Israeli Defense Forces of Israeli infantry walking on foot across the border from Israel and into Lebanon. This is the actual first picture by the Israelis that has confirmed that the ground invasion is underway. At this moment, this is the only picture we have from the Israeli Defense Forces of their advance into Lebanon, and we'll be waiting to see where in the world these forces actually are along the border. We were then able to get additional footage as well, showing that Israeli forces were entering Lebanon as a heavy amount of airstrikes and explosions were being documented, and it seems as though the Israelis are laying down a heavy amount of artillery fire to clear the way for their advance further on into the country.
It's a flare. Sound like a Frenchman out here.
Oh, you see the flashes and explosions over that mountain there, and on the other side of that mountain is the Israeli Defense Forces beginning their advance into Lebanon. And then finally, one of our last clips that we have, and let me make sure that we've sorted through all of these in the proper order just to make sure, is also some destruction of Hezbollah sites leading up to this moment today. We were able to see that the Israeli Air Force was once again softening up Hezbollah ground positions and trying to make sure to knock them out leading up to the invasion. Once again, preparatory work for a ground invasion, but at the time this video was filmed, we did not know that the Israeli invasion was literally just mere hours away. With that, that's the end of that clip right there. But as we can see now, it is 100% confirmed that the ground invasion of Lebanon has actually and officially begun at this point. We do not know the exact areas where breaches have been made by the Israeli Defense Forces, but we are assuming that multiple breaches are most likely being made simultaneously, all the way from the sea to the river. I guess the pro-Hamas and pro-Palestine from the river to the sea thing came true, but not really in the way that they were hoping. Seems as though it went the other way around, and the Israelis are invading Lebanon from the river to the sea, and I don't think Hezbollah will be free by the began about 30 to 40 minutes ago, really about the time that we went live. So this is an incredibly major day historically, and it's going to be setting the tempo for what the Middle East looks like for the next few decades. If Hezbollah is destroyed almost entirely in this invasion, we will be able to ensure that Western control over the region will remain largely intact, and the Islamic Republic of Iran will once again be pushed back into a corner where they really have no active or available proxies to be able to instigate situations in the region and try and erode away the United States-led alliance that currently exists in the Middle East in between Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and several other countries in the area like Kuwait. Defense forces are preparing another mass bombardment of Dania, where the Hezbollah country. And now that these forces, Hezbollah forces, have been fixed in position by the Israeli mechanized brigades, the Israeli mechanized brigades are now forwarding this information to the Israeli artillery, and the Israeli artillery are now beginning to pummel those grid coordinates and wipe out any Hezbollah resistance that is existing within that area where those Hezbollah forces have been fixed in position. It seems as though that is actually indicating that there's a lot more going on than what meets the eye, because this kind of heavy artillery support is usually only brought in when there is actual viable evidence that Israeli forces are now under fire and that there is an enemy force that is now fixed in that firefight in position for the artillery to target and destroy. So it does seem as though the Israelis are now engaging Hezbollah forces within firefights inside of southern Lebanon based off of this one picture alone, and was right before sunset in nighttime where the invasion actually began.
Those Markova tanks are so fucking amazing, dude.
And we actually see a wide variety of Merkavas. This is a Merkava Mark IV. I believe it's an LIC. We can actually see a couple of Merkava Mark IV M's with the trophy system, and we can also see several Namer APCs in this area as well around this buildup. There's this little screw right there. You can actually see that my mouse cursor is circling around it. If you screw that a little, like this whole thing was bubbled up, like this guy doesn't dress that well. It kind of...
Alright, well, Israel's fucking him up.
The border's wide open, gas prices are through the roof, you can't even buy egg anymore, it costs like the price of a house. It's going crazy. That's why I think this election is probably one of the most important elections ever, and you guys all need to get out and vote.
This guy is in, like, a super high-end condo, and he's saying, you can't buy eggs anymore. Oh my god.
If you are not registered to vote, you guys need to go to sendthevote.com.
Europe. And Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, no, we're South America, Mexico. Yeah, we were in 60 cities.
With Peterson Academy.
We're hoping that we can bring elite level general education and then more specialized education to everyone, everywhere, in multiple.
Oh my god. This guy is scam. This is a scam. Like, it is an outright scam. He has a video streaming site that's similar to, you know, Amazon, where, you know, you have to pay to get in. Or not Amazon, Netflix, where you have to pay to get in, only he's charging way more for it. $500. He calls it an academy because he can't legally call it a university, even though he's been saying he's going to make his own university for the longest time. When you go to the payment page, it says enroll, like you're enrolling in college. They're educational videos. And I put educational in quotes because he's hired non-experts to make these video courses. That's all it is. So you're getting the same content that you can find on YouTube, only you have to pay massive premium prices for it, $500 for the year. And, he's calling this elite level education. You can find better quality videos on these topics on YouTube, by the way. Like, there are actual PhDs, doctors, dietitians who make videos on YouTube. You know, but he'll hire some random blogger to make a nutrition course. And then he's calling this elite level education. This is a scam. Okay, it is a scam. He is falsely marketing this product, making it out to be, oh, you're going to get, like, you know, you're going to graduate from, like, a college, only you don't have to pay college prices. You're just watching videos, and they're not even particularly good. They're made by dumbasses who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The guy is a fucking scammer. Bangusis donated $2. I'm about to rob these kitties and give them to VGR. Oh my god. Wow, so handsome. Oh my goodness, look at that handsome kitty. Oh my god, I'd love a big handsome kitty like that. I love big kitties. Oh my god, that's a good cat. Wow, he's so good. Oh my goodness.
The meat is good for skin. Retard did respond to your comment.
You know, there's not that warm.
Let's see. So I challenged him to a debate, by the way. That's what I said in my comment, and I just called out some of his misinformation. I have no problem against vegans, yet there's no research done on raw meat. There's also no real study suggesting that meat gives you heart disease. So this is a clear double standard. He's willing to promote meat as healthy, but then claims there's literally no evidence that that's the case. So he's admitting to talking out of his ass. Okay, that's not a very good argument. By the way, there's an insurmountable amount of evidence that the saturated fat and cholesterol in red meat cause heart disease. Link if you have real studies. There aren't any. I'd suggest to do a debate with Edward A. Who the fuck is Edward A? No idea who that is. Goke? Oh, Edward A. Goke? Right. Or Dr. Bart. I think he means Bart K, and he doesn't have a doctorate degree. What an idiot. So you're too scared to debate. You know full well I have plenty of evidence for all of my claims. You're just scared about getting called out in a public debate. By the way, Bart K isn't a doctor. He has no doctorate degree of any kind. Also, if you're going to claim there's no research on raw meat, then why are you making a recommendation to eat raw meat when you acknowledge my diet no evidence in support of your recommendation. Your recommendation. What a dumbass. Why would I send him research when he's not willing to debate me? Like, this guy's an idiot. So he just wants to waste my time. I've seen this from other carnivore idiots before. He's like, oh, well, send me the research proving it. And then he won't agree to debate me. So he's just trying to get me to waste my fucking... Where did all the comments go? Oh, there we go. Guess it was a glitch. He's asking me to send him research when he hasn't agreed to do a debate. When I send him the research, he's still not going to agree to do the debate. So what's the point in sending him any of it? And then when I send him it, he's just going to say, well, this isn't good enough. You actually need multi-generation, fully controlled twin studies. Like, all of these people are absolute fucking clowns. He's just scared. What a pussy. Just a lying dickhead. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Languages for virtually no money. That's the plan, and it's well underway. We have 30,000 students. We launched with approximately 20 lectures. We have 30 more already filmed. We have 2-year production schedule already mapped out. We'll do something approximating a great books approach, but that won't be all of it. And we have great professors. And not only do we have great professors, the production quality is extremely high.
From what I've seen, some of the people doing these video courses, they're just educational videos. They have absolutely no education, training, or expertise in the topics they're discussing. So, yeah, sure.
And the tenor of the community, and we're going to work to maintain this, is extremely positive. And so, and we have advanced ambitions. I can't see any reason at all that we can't provide a bachelor's level education to people for about $2,000. And so that's a 95% cost reduction. And I think our lectures are second to none in terms of quality and certainly in terms of production.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you're getting an advanced level education from people who literally do not have any degree whatsoever in the topic they're covering. This guy's a joke.
Production value. So, and it also appears that we hit the price point right. It's about $500 a year. And from what we've been able to understand from our audience, people regard that as a bargain. And I think it is. You get access right away to 20 courses. I just can't see why that's not a great deal. And it's extremely exciting, the opportunity, because I'm connected. And this is partly a consequence of having done the podcast, but I'm in a privileged position because I can find interesting people everywhere. And they'll usually come on my podcast. Now and then someone refuses for contractual reasons, sometimes for ideological reasons, but not very often. And it's only happened 2 or 3 times. And usually it's because they're afraid, that their reputation will be savaged if they dare come on my podcast, which I think is not a necessary fear anymore. But I can find people who are very interesting and knowledgeable, compelling.
I'm going to leave a comment here and see if it really does anything. Jordan Peterson Academy is a scam. First of all, he's been claiming he's going to make his own university to sidestep the corrupt educational system for years now. In fact, that was one of his Patreon funding goals. He soon realized that he doesn't have the ability to make a university, so he made a website to sell educational videos. There's a reason he calls it Peterson Academy and not Peterson University. It's because he can't legally call it a university. In no way is he selling advanced or high-level education for a reduced cost. These are just educational videos on a streaming platform, no different from what you can find on YouTube. The only difference is you can use YouTube for free, but you have to pay a hefty price on Peterson's fake university. On top of that, not all of the lecturers have any education whatsoever on the topics they are making videos on. For example, he has...
To be honest, I found Bart K's content a little while ago. and because I know nothing about nutrition, I wasn't sure how to debunk him. Lol. He disregards cause and effect data. Although some of his basic philosophy mistakes were funny too. Lol.
Max Ludgrave. Bart K is literally insane. He admits to having autism. That might explain some of his crazy behavior. He's just an ideologue. He has complete double standards. He'll say Facebook posts prove the carnivore diet is the healthiest human diet, but then he'll demand multi-generational controlled twin studies in order to prove like any, like that plants are good for you or that cholesterol causes heart disease, shit like that. The guy's just a moron. I don't know why anybody takes him seriously. Well, I know why. It's because the carnivore community is just a bunch of fucking lying dipshits. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Bangusis donated $2. You forgot other links. Also check out this hilarious video. My bad. I'll check out the other links in a minute. Oh, yeah. The drunk squirrel. Animals look fucking hilarious when they get high. Oh, poor squirrel is drunk. That's a really cute squirrel. Thanks for the donation, Bangusis. How do you spell his last name? Lugavere. Is not a dietitian. Max Lugavere, who is not a dietitian, has no nutrition degree or certification of any kind, and just runs a podcast. Apparently, you don't need to have any education to give someone an advanced college level education. I guess universities should follow Jordan Peterson's standards and just have random podcasters become professors and run courses. I'm sure that'll work out well. In short, Peterson's Academy is just a scam to dupe stupid people into thinking they're going to get a higher standard knowledge from the overpriced video. The overpriced videos he's selling that they could just get for free on YouTube. Let's see what that does. Oh my god. I don't think those are technically goats. What are they called? It says mountain goat. I don't know if those are technically goats, but I really like them. They are goat-like anyway. I like goats. Oh.
My house again.
Oh, it's a nice friendly beaver. Oh my god. Look at that beaver. Look at his hands. Oh my goodness, look at his little beaver hand. Oh my god, he's so round. That's amazing. Oh my god, I love beavers. Beavers are nice. Yeah, Japan is kind of weird like that. Doctor practicing to ask patient to take off their pants.
Let me just check that. Let me just check that thing out. All right, look, it's the elephant in the room, and I mean, well, I don't know if it's. I mean,
It's not that funny. Thanks for the donation, though, Bangusis.
And decent, and ask them to lecture, and they almost invariably do. And then
Bart K did a debate with that Peter Rogers plant-based doctor guy someone sent you a couple of days ago. Bart just says stuff in a really convincing voice. What about Vitsi claim on the carnivore diet, because of the glucose transporter or something?
He's not convincing to anybody. The carnivore community doesn't have any reputable people supporting them, so they're obviously just going to, just follow idiots like Bart K, because that's the closest thing to an expert they can get. Vitamin C does compete with glucose to get uptaked or uptook by the same transporter, but that doesn't actually prevent vitamin C absorption. It only slows down vitamin C absorption. So his claim is just completely horseshit. You do not need less vitamin C on the carnivore diet. There's no evidence whatsoever that glucose increases your vitamin C requirements. So he's just full of shit. Your comment is gone. I can see it. Usually if it's deleted, I can't see it. Maybe it'll pop up for the rest of you later or something.
And when they do, we treat our professors extremely well, because we're happy to have them,
Oh, that's another no-no. He's calling these people professors. You can't do that. That's illegal. He's using illegal marketing strategies to promote his video streaming platform. So again, he can't call it a university. He can't claim that these people are professors, because not all of them are professors. I think there are a few video series that he has on his website that are made by professors, but not all of them are professors, like Max Ligrave.
We'd like them to come back, and so they're likely to come back. So yeah, we ran a pre-enrollment over the last 3 weeks. We launched formally on September 9th, and so far the platform can tolerate the load, and
that's cool.
Yeah, it's so fun, and we're negotiating with a couple of different jurisdictions with regard to formal accreditation. Now, I don't know if that'll happen.
Oh, there we go. That's why he called it academy, not university. He can't legally do it.
Because our approach is different than a typical university, not least because it's online, but I think we'll be able to manage it, and then the sky's the limit. We hope we can translate all our courses into multiple languages. And
here's my guess. I'm guessing he might be able to get some sort of academic certification in armpits of the globe. So he might be able to do this in somewhere like Ireland, or like maybe some shitty Middle Eastern countries or something. But he's never going to get like a university status like in Canada. Again, these are just video courses, and they're not even made by professors in many cases.
And really expand out in the developing world. We teach people free market economics, which would be extremely useful and not done, because even business schools in the West tend to have a leftist perspective when it comes to capitalism, so to speak, and that's so counterproductive. Now, I just went to Uzbekistan. I lectured at a university there called Central Asian University, which is pretty new, and it was founded by an entrepreneur.
There you go. There you go. He is going to go to places like Uzbekistan where there's diploma mills. If I had to guess, the first place he's actually going to get any kind of academic accreditation for these video courses is going to be somewhere like Uzbekistan or India that is rife with diploma mills. There are a ton of diploma mills in countries like this where you can literally just pay for a degree. So that's where I would see him being able to actually give somebody some kind of a degree from taking these courses. But it's funny, he's like literally admitting here that, oh, well, they're just video courses, that's it. Maybe one day you'll be able to get some sort of, like some sort of diploma or something that you can actually take to an employer and say, hey, I took this course. It's such a joke.
There, who has repurposed 400,000 square meters of post-Soviet industrial space, and they're manufacturing everything you can possibly imagine. And when the Soviets ran Uzbekistan, the only occupation they were allowed to engage in was raising of cotton. They drained Lake Baikal, which is one of the world's biggest lakes, right to nothing to irrigate the fields. Absolute ecological disaster. And now the communists have their foot off the neck of the Uzbekistan people, and they're becoming wealthy at an unbelievably rapid rate.
Yeah.
Now, and it's definitely the case around the world that if you can shake the shackles of vengeful communism, that people everywhere can raise their standard of living incredibly quickly, and we'd like to help people learn how to do that. So
I have a question about the online academy, because course.
Okay, well, here's a tip on how to raise your standard of living. Don't waste your money on Jordan Peterson Academy. What's the cost? It's like $500 per year or something? It might even be more. Yeah, annual tuition, $500. Yeah, put that $500 into your bank, or keep it in your bank and don't spend it. Or maybe invest it, like put it into like Amazon stock, or invest in a what's it called? Why am I brain farting right now? What's the thing that gives you like an 8% annual rate of return? Index funds. Put it into an index fund. You get an 8% annual rate of return. That's crazy. So don't spend your money on fucking Peterson Academy. Just save your money and invest in index funds.
Courses like that, programs are becoming more and more popular.
Yeah.
But so, let's say a student goes through your program and he goes to an employer, and on his resume he has your academy.
Yeah.
How is that going to work as opposed to like old school?
Well, if we become formally accredited, then the university courses will transfer, and the degree will be equivalent to a degree from a typical university. If that doesn't happen, because there's various reasons why it might not, including ideological capture by the accreditation agencies, and we're not going to compromise what we're doing for accreditation, we'll just reach out directly to employers. We're going.
That's hilarious. This guy has people that are completely uneducated making courses on his website, and he's claiming the only reason universities or the government won't give him academic accreditation is because they're ideologically possessed. Yeah, they're ideologically possessed with this idea that only educated people should be able to educate people and then be able to give you a diploma. Like, do you want universities to hire random podcasters to teach courses? Is that better?
Going to offer our students relatively soon in the future an appendix for their CV, so they can detail out the courses they've taken, and we can provide a description of what that means. And we hope that we'll be able to offer employers the certainty that they're hiring someone who of their own accord went out and got educated. And we want to teach people to write and think as well. I have another company called Essay.app. And
dude, 8% annual rate of return is extremely high. You realize most people who do their own private investing, they usually lose money. I think once you're in the top 5% of investors, you get like about a 3% rate of return annually. So 8% for doing absolutely nothing is pretty fucking amazing. The only two investors in history that have ever been able to make like real amazing money annually is what's his name? Fucking Elon Musk called him Magneto. the Jewish guy, old Jewish guy, he has like a 40% annual rate of return. No one's able to do that. I think it's only him and some other guy who's been able to reach around a 40% annual rate of return.
It's based on work I did at the University of Toronto, primarily, taking apart the process of writing, which is very, very similar to the process of thinking, breaking it up into its constituent elements and teaching people how to do that. It's a word processing program, but it has an editor and an editing technology built into it. And we'll use that as well to teach people to write and to think and to discover what they're interested in and compelled by. And so we should be able to offer employers who will bring on board.
Maybe Warren Buffett?
And I think that's highly probable, the certainty that if they hire our graduates, especially if they're of a certain caliber, they can at least be assured that they haven't been indoctrinated into a mess of woke nonsense that would make them dangerous as employees. And that's something. Yeah. And they'll also be literate and have a broad general education.
Is it all virtual?
Well, it is at the moment, but we've got plans to rectify that too, because if our student population grows large enough and we have a reasonable number of people in any given urban center, we're going to host conventions and conferences, so you could imagine bringing people.
Here we go.
This reminds me of you when someone donates or asks a stupid question, lol.
You have a lovely home. You have a lovely home.
Yes, it's Buckingham Palace, you fucking idiot. What a stupid thing to say. Who are these people?
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Riley. So he's, again, this is another part of the scam. So he's not committing to making in-person courses where, like, you know, there's a school you go to, you hear lectures from a professor. He's just saying, oh, well, we're going to have conferences and stuff. So it's just a scam. It's like what Tommy Robbins does. You know, he'll have these conferences where he does these big talks on stage, charges people $5,000 for it, pockets a bunch of money, uses it to upsell people on more useless, expensive programs that aren't going to benefit them. He's talking about the exact same thing. Peterson's just a fucking scammer.
Together for 3 days at an arena or a large theater where they could have 10 lecturers come and they could be educated, you know, nonstop for 3 days and meet all the people around them who are doing the same thing. We want to, what would you say, facilitate social interaction, because part of the reason that you go to university is to find a new group of peers.
Yeah, social aspect is huge.
Yes, of course. And you know, many people who are interested in ideas, which is kind of a prerequisite for pursuing higher education, don't necessarily find their proper social group in high school, let's say. But it's delayed until they go to college or university to find people that they can engage with, say, at the intellectual level that interests them. And I think that's already happening on Peterson Academy, because the social media part of it.
Bro, like, college and university is an intellectual cesspit. The dumbest people that I have ever come across went to college and university. Just look at what's happening at college and university campuses now. Students are protesting against Israel. They're literally praising Hamas, you know, saluting terrorists, calling for the death of Jews. Yeah, right. As if, you know, the most intellectually gifted people go to university. Universities would not be making the money they're making if only the most intellectually gifted people went. Like, if only the top 1% of, like, you know, intelligent people went to university, they wouldn't really be making the money they're making. Dumb motherfuckers are the backbone of the university system. If it wasn't for dumb motherfuckers, universities would not be making fucking billions and billions of dollars. Dumbasses go to university to either get a degree that's not really going to benefit them, or there are courses that do have some benefits but aren't particularly difficult. Like, just because you can get a university degree, it doesn't mean anything. Like, look how many bachelor's degrees people can get. Anybody and their mother can get a bachelor's. That's where all the money's being made. So,
which is quite carefully designed and regulated, allows people to find their peers and we're hoping that we can facilitate meetups. I can imagine scenarios where groups of 20 people might get together and watch the lectures together. We're going to have chat rooms for all of the different courses, and that technology is already ready to be implemented. So we want to crack this.
Yeah. On the flip side, it might be a good thing, because then students are going to be more focused on their future at an earlier age.
Yeah,
and
well,
be more set up for like financial success or jobs.
Well, the other thing, too, is that we won't limit our students won't be limited. One of the strange things about modern universities is they still suffer from the delusion that university education is for people from 18 to 22 years of age.
Right.
And there's just absolutely no reason why that should be the case. I mean, for example, there's plenty of people who retire at a relatively early age. There's absolutely no reason that they couldn't be using university-level lectures to increase their interest in the work.
They're not university-level lectures. Like, they just aren't. The videos on his website are not university-level lectures. They just aren't. They're not even all made by fucking professors. It's ridiculous. Like, by the way, there's a very good fucking reason why college university for most people, unless, you're like some super gifted Poindexter, it starts at about 18. It's not just that kids aren't smart enough to do university level courses. It's that there's a progression system that acclimates you to the amount of like actual school work you're doing. So from grade 1, you have little to no homework. You basically just go to school. You also have recesses. And then once you go up to like high school, the amount of workload slowly increases over time. So you get more and more used to studying, and you learn like discipline and learn how to schedule your time, things like that. Then by the time you're finished high school, once you enroll in college or university, you have those basic skills you've developed throughout those years of education to, schedule your time properly. Learn how to fit studying into your daily schedule. You also learn studying techniques. You learn how to, study more efficiently. You can't just go from like, okay, you only go to school, you only do the work you do in school, then when you go home, you get to play, have fun, do whatever, to studying 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus hours per day if you're trying to, get a doctorate degree. So, Peterson, again, is just a fucking idiot. There's a reason why university starts at about the age of 18. And on top of that, if he knew anything about the average intelligence of human beings, the amount of people who actually struggle through high school is fucking crazy, and high school is remarkably easy. So the idea that your average person could start doing like a university level course when they're 15, 16, it's just idiotic. They like so many people even struggle with high school. So this is a joke. He's just trying to talk up the value of his course. That's all he's doing. He's just trying to say this is university level education, but anybody can do it. Anybody can have access to it. It's not. If this guy's actually suggesting your average 15-year-old can get a university level education from taking his courses, he's just lying.
Hi VG. I really and truthfully fucking hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, have you seen this where a maggot spends about $4,000 on a signed Taylor Swift guitar only to smash it?
Yeah, that sounds like something a MAGA idiot would do.
This weekend there was an auction. There was a very coveted piece of memorabilia at this auction. It was an acoustic guitar adorned with images of Taylor Swift featuring the autograph of Taylor Swift, and somebody paid $4,000 for that guitar. This was at the Ellis County Wild Game Dinner, which might seem like a weird place to find a Swiftie, only it seems there weren't Swifties there so much as Trumpers. So why would a Trumper pay $4,000 for a Taylor Swift autographed guitar? Apparently, so he could do this.
Joking. Because we don't need the wall hanger.
These people actually think they're winning when they do this. They spent $4,000 just so that they could smash up a guitar that has memorabilia from a billionaire. Like, that's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
What's going on, everybody? People wanted to know how the Great One was doing with the hurricane situation now there. Here's an update now there.
All right, you guys, I wanted to give you an update. Not sure when this will actually load up. Like I said, I practically have no internet at this point in time. It's very minimum. So hopefully it'll load either by tonight or by tomorrow. As you guys know, I still do not have any power. I've been having to eat out a bunch there, but been keeping everything healthy for the most part. Been still training. The gym, Planet Fitness, has got places I could charge the phone, take a shower, get my workouts in. You know, I've been able to still do my test. So, you know, surprisingly enough, my progress has increased because since I can't really go anywhere, I've just been mostly at the gym training. You know, of course, they're out of internet too. Now, as far as the shows are concerned, there probably won't be another show until Saturday. Apparently, the transformer for one of the major transformers has blown out. Duke Energy saying that they won't have it up and going until Friday. Verizon towers are down. They say it's going to be at least another week. So even if I had the power on, I couldn't live stream anyway because I have no internet, you know, practically. Not enough bandwidth in order to actually stream or anything like that. But other than that, you know, handling things like a man. I'm going to go in early, try to get in as much overtime as I can, because I've also had to throw out all my food. That's about $100, $200 worth of food that I've had to toss out. So the bills are going to be racking a bit. So, yep, it's a shit sandwich, and now I got to take a meaty bite. This is, quite frankly, just about as bad as that ice storm back in 2002. And guys, if you're wondering why I'm sweating, well, I just been inside there. Now, I'm about to turn on the car with the nice air conditioning and the Buick LeSabre. But, of course, without power, even with the windows open up, you know, it's still about 80 degrees in there, and I still have to do some work there. Of course, without the major computer, I'm having trouble putting in orders, so I got to figure out how to do that as well. But just wanted to give you an update. I'm still live. I'm still pretty. But I'm pretty fucked as well as everybody else here. So, all right, peace out. Bye-bye.
All right, well, make sure you donate to me so that prayers will be sent out to Vince. 1 donation equals 1 prayer.
Oh, this ain't good. Holy fucking shit. Well, folks, looks like no one ain't gonna be using the fire hydrant today. God damn, I got no power, no fucking internet. God damn. Roof's coming off this bitch.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Ben. Or not Ben, what's going on, everybody? Horden Peterson donated $2. Low, peep these.
Anyways, that's the mythological aspect. I want to read you a good story.
Jordan Peterson telling stories about Looney Tunes and rats.
You can go from a good place to a bad.
Much trouble to as many people as possible.
What would we gain from that?
There's a conspiracy.
I've seen that. It's not interesting. Oh yeah, and don't mind the Nelk boys. They're the most retarded people on the internet. I don't know who the Nelk boys are, but thanks for the donation, Warren Peterson.
Story about rats, because I want to show you how deeply grounded these sorts of notions are. I want to tell you a little story first before I read this. I was watching a Bugs Bunny cartoon the other day with my kids, and you're probably more or less familiar with the Bugs Bunny cartoon characters. There's a sheepdog and a wolf, and they go to work in the morning, and the sheepdog's job is to guard the sheep, and the wolf's job is to eat them, and they punch the time clock in, and then they go into their respective roles. Anyways, the sheepdog is always beating the wolf up badly, and he gets the real rough end of the stick. Now, there's one scene there. The sheepdog is sitting on a cliff watching the sheep, and it's raining, and the wolf gets a bright idea. He's going to put hair tonic on the sheepdog's head, okay? And it's raining so that the sheepdog won't notice. So he sneaks up near the sheep, and he puts hair tonic on his head, and hair grows down over his eyes, all right? Now, so the sheepdog's sitting there, and the wolf climbs up the cliff. And the first thing he does is he has a glove on his stick. So he's hiding behind the cliff, and he puts the hand on his stick, and he raises it in front of the sheepdog's face. No response. Now that wolf is exploring unexplored territory, and it does it cautiously. It sticks the stick on there. Nothing happens. So then the next thing it does is it just pokes its head up and goes right down, and it looks. Nothing terrible happens. So then it climbs up on top of the cliff, and it waves its hand in front of the sheepdog. It's starting to smile now. It thinks it's pretty smart. Now it's jumping up and down and so on. Okay, so it's explored the territory. It's mapped it. Originally, the unexplored territory was anxiety-provoking. The wolf underwent a whole sequence of exploratory activities, mapped the territory, safe, so then it's off to steal a sheep. Okay, that's funny. It was funny because animators are great at picking out what we do and exaggerating them, so they're comical. That's exploring unknown territory. Okay. Most of the time when behavioral psychologists teach a rat to be afraid, and that's what they think they're doing, they take a rat that's secure. So they presume that the natural state of the rat is secure. But the only bloody reason the rat's secure is because it's already explored its cage. So you put a rat in a cage and it'll freeze because it's scared. And then if nothing terrible happens to it, it unfreezes, and then it slowly starts to explore, and it might just move its eyes first and sniff, and then if nothing terrible happens, it starts to move, and soon it checks out the whole cage, and if nothing is in there that's going to kill it, it has a nap or whatever. Maybe it looks for some food, but it has to explore before it's secure. Now, more modern animal psychologists, ethologists, are starting to study the reactions of things like rats in a natural habitat. And that's what this story is about. So you take a rat, rats, they're social. Set them up in a burrow.
That's boring.
Bad place. Like, you can go from a really good place to a really bad place in incremental steps. And the people who are watching it can be saying, well, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, I would say, well, how open were your eyes? That would be one question. Did you really look? Did you really want to know? Well, no.
Jordan Peterson is a clinical psychologist and a professor at the University of Toronto.
You know, I mean, it's a pretty competitive world. There's lots of competition for young men in particular. There's competition for status and limited resources and for the attention of women. And just because you're nice doesn't necessarily mean that you come out particularly well in those competitions. You know, and there isn't any real evidence that he was particularly successful with women. And so, like, I wouldn't grant his niceness a kind of moral virtue. It's more like a kind of inability in a way. You know, it's a default position. If you can't occupy a relatively dominant state by virtue of whatever talents or proclivities you have, then the default position is to be relatively inoffensive. Aimless is not nothing. Aimless is bad.
These are just boring. I don't know why you sent them to me.
World to develop new ideas. There's lots of people out there, well, who just can't get access to a real education anywhere. What really happened at the universities over the last 25 years is that mostly they've grown on the administration side. Like, if you look at the charts, it's ridiculous. The administration costs have just ratcheted themselves up to a point where it's ridiculous. It's become, I would say, it's like an indentured servitude scam. So you could imagine that for a long time, when you went to university, essentially what you were doing was increasing the value of your future earnings. Well, the universities basically figured out how to capture the future earnings of their students by ramping up the tuition costs. And then all the tuition costs didn't even go to profit. They went to administrative overhead. And there's just no excuse for it. Like, there's no reason that has to be the case. And so, well, it isn't the case with Peterson Academy.
Well, by the way, that's also in large part due to facilities. Like, there are universities with football stadiums and facilities that cost like a remarkable amount of money every single day to maintain and upkeep. Like these universities with these large football stadiums, locker rooms with saunas, cold exposure units, physiotherapy departments, like all of that massively has contributed to tuition costs. It's not just faculty that are getting paid a ridiculous amount of money. It's also just the facilities at these universities.
Academy, and so we can bring extremely high quality education to people at a very low cost.
I'm interested in what you said earlier. You said you're not going to
So this, again, he's lying. This isn't high quality education.
compromise for like accreditation.
Yes.
Is there a lot of corruption with those crediting agencies? There's got to be, right?
Well, there's ideological corruption.
They're not just going to give a credit out and kind of threaten the whole system that's already going
Well,
on. Right?
they're also the universities are so captured ideologically that it's a scandal. Like there are no conservatives at all in universities. I mean, there's a couple of conservative universities, Hillsdale College, for example, which is an outstanding educational institution.
Where's that?
It's in Michigan, and in a little town. And so it's not for everyone. But I went to Hillsdale a couple of times, and I talked to a lot of the students, and they told me that 90% of the professors were excellent. That's very rare. They have a 1% first-year dropout rate. 1%. The typical first-year dropout rate is 40%, which is, well, that's also an indication of the scandalous state of the universities. But they're just too expensive, and there's no excuse for it, especially given the technology that we have at hand. And so,
why do you think it's gotten there? Like you talked a little bit earlier, you mentioned about the woke sort of mindset that's injected into like these institutions. Why do you think it's gotten to that point? And also,
well, I think what's happened fundamentally, and this happens to institutions in general, is that imagine that you build up something that has reputational and brand value because it's actually delivering a credible service. I think you could make the case that for many years the universities did a good job, of selecting students so that you could be reasonably certain. So, for example, at Harvard, most of the value of a Harvard degree was actually the fact that you were accepted at the university, right? Because the criteria for acceptance were so high that an employer could be reasonably certain, this is true for MBA programs too, that at minimum, you were much smarter than average. And that's definitely something that you want when you're hiring someone, especially for a complicated position. And then the universities did a credible job of educating people. And so they built up a tremendous brand value. Like the Harvard brand value is through the roof, although they've compromised it terribly in the last 4 or 5 years. But what happens when you build up an institution that has tremendous brand value is that the parasites can swoop in and take advantage of it. And certainly that's what's happened with the like woke grievance study mob of false disciplines that have invaded the university. And they're almost all political actors. And
No. That's not what it is. So again, universities make money by offering more courses. So again, if only the top 1% of people, like in terms of intelligence, can even get into the university, they're not going to make enough money because there's only so many smart people. So they've expanded the amount of courses they have so that dumbasses will pay stupid amounts of money for like just dumb courses. And they know this. They just want to make more money. So that's why there's bullshit like women's studies and crap like that. Crap nobody really fucking cares about that doesn't really do anything. It's because idiots can take these fucking courses. So the more courses that idiots can take, the more money these universities can make. They also do something that's probably a little bit more devious. So, universities brag about how many PhD degrees they hand out. They've actually created courses on nonsense subjects where you can get a PhD in those nonsense subjects. So again, that's another way of increasing the amount of potential enrollment where they can not only, one, entice people into saying, oh, you can get a PhD doctorate degree, and then like lie and say, oh, this will set you up for life. You'll be able to make so much money. But again, it's like a stupid degree that's not going to be worth shit. It's just a PhD in a stupid study that's not actually going to be of any value. And then on top of that, they also get to brag about how many PhD courses they hand out. And it increases the reputation of the university because they have so many PhD graduates, and then they can charge more money for the tuition so that they can sucker more idiots into taking these programs that are fucking worthless. It's just a fucking money-making scam. It doesn't really have anything to do with ideological possession. Oh, they're just woke leftists. Do you really think people who are like crunching numbers and like they're just after this kind of money give a fuck about like social justice and, you know, taking advantage of people and horrible capitalism? Dude, they're making a profit. Like, how is this guy claiming that universities are infected by the woke mind virus where they're against capitalism, but at the same time, they're the most capitalist entities on the fucking planet?
And you can start to turn the brand value to your own purposes, which is what's happened with the multiplication of administrators. You know, you ramp up the value of the students. They have a certain pool of future earnings. You can turn those future earnings to your own purposes by ramping up the tuition costs.
So on that, right,
Yeah.
the ideological idea of like people going, okay, we have this sort of structure and now I'm taking what I can from it
Yeah.
instead of like giving what I should be giving to it back
Same
to
thing's
it.
happening in companies like Disney.
How do you, because is it an ideological thing or is it a human thing? Because so for this instance, right, I'm not saying you be the person that, you know, let's say you get your academy to this certain level and
Yeah.
then you do the same thing. I'm not saying
Oh,
you
yeah.
do that, but
Well, it's
my
very
question,
likely.
so my question is like, is it a human thing or is it an ideological thing? Because
Well, that's a very good question, actually. I would say most fundamentally, it's a sociological phenomenon that's not immediately linked to ideology. And so, well, one of the things we know, for example, is that the typical family fortune lasts about 3 generations, and the typical Fortune 500 company about 30 years. And it's because it's hard for a company to stay on the cutting edge and current. I mean, you know, with your own enterprise, that if you're not, you have to be very aware of where the environment is shifting so that you stay on the cutting edge of the communication technology. You have to know the algorithms. You have to know what's current and hot. You have to stay on that edge. And it's hard to do that for a long period of time. And then you also have, here's another terrible problem. It's a very cool thing to understand, although it's a dreadful fact. So there's a law of creative production called the Pareto rule. And the Pareto rule, sometimes you hear it characterized as the 80-20 rule. 20% of your customers will give you 80% of your business. Or 20% of your employees do 80% of the work. But it's way worse than that. Like, that's just a shorthand version of the law. The actual law is the square root of the number of people involved in an enterprise do half the work. Okay, so here's what that means. If you have 10 people that work for you, 3 of them do half the work. Now that seems pretty understandable, right? If you have 100, 10 of them do half the work. And if you have 10,000, 100 of them do half the work. And so what that means is that as your enterprise grows, the number of people who are engaging in counterproductive activity scales much faster than the number of people who are being productive. And so what that seems to mean that as a
That's not what it implies. It just implies that you have a greater amount of employees that are not as productive. Doesn't necessarily mean they're counterproductive.
company,
By the way, productivity is kind of a hard thing to measure as well when...
Crazy thing is there is services like khanacademy.org that are completely free and will teach you things like math and science.
I thought I heard something about Khan Academy that wasn't so great. I don't think Khan Academy is really useful either. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Or sorry, Didi. At least it's free, I guess. So, I don't know what Jordan Peterson means by productivity, like, especially when you have 10,000 employees. How are you measuring productivity across these employees that have different jobs? Like, you're going to have some employees in a business that are just janitors. Like, they mop the floors, clean the desks, clean the toilets. Are they less productive than employees that are making sales or doing financial planning, like, CEOs? They're doing a completely different job, so I don't know exactly what he means by this.
company gets bigger and bigger, its lifespan starts to shrink because it just can't be dynamic and mobile. And, could that happen to Peterson Academy? If that's what happens to most enterprises, and that's also why it's very exciting often to be in an entrepreneurial activity in the growth phase, because that's when everybody's dynamic and they're staying on the cutting edge. And it's very common for any institution to become petrified and sclerotic with time. And that's such an old problem that it's coded into our religious mythologies. So one of the most common religious stories, mythological motifs, is the evil brother of the rightful king. And what that reflects is the fact that any social organization tends towards, what would you say, becoming outdated and corrupt with time. And that has to be constantly battled against. Part of the way that the free market deals with that is that if you aren't profitable, you die. And so there's a death mechanism built in. And what that does is, it's harsh because your company can fail, right? But what it does is it culls the dead giants before everything rots. And the biological metaphor is a good one. And so, sure, certainly it's something that could happen to any company once it grows beyond a certain point. It happens to bureaucracies, it happens to societies. It's a very difficult thing to contend against. Now, with regards to ideology, is that there are ideologies that speed that process along. So if your society gets possessed by something like victim mentality, where you make the presumption that anybody who's attained any level of success is a predator, is an exploiter, that can speed the process of deterioration of your institutions. And that's what's happened, for example, in communist countries, where everybody who's successful is tarred as a parasite or a predator. And just think about it for a minute, is if you run your society on the principle that everyone successful is a power-mad thief, how is that going to work? How can that possibly work? Because what happens, this certainly happened in the Soviet Union after the Russian Revolution, is anybody who's productive gets killed. Yeah. Well, that's obviously not going to work.
RDLs are not my favorite exercise. They're a good exercise, but I can't say I particularly like them.
Well, if you don't want people to die.
Go ahead, yeah.
This is just kind of off going back, but one thing I realized too, because I went to university and got a degree, but I think one of the biggest flaws is the university and all these people expect you to, you should know your degree, you should know what you want to do later in life when you're 19 years old. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest flaws, and I don't know how your academy compares to that, but I just remember looking around at my friends.
Well, we are in the process of developing technology to help people specify what they're interested in, right? And so that's the problem that you're describing. Now, part of the advantage to university, historically, and this is partly why people were willing to pay a premium for it, is that it was sort of a time out in your life, in that transition time between adolescence and full independent adulthood, where you could be awarded a social identity, student, right? So that gave you a role, and it allowed people to presume that you weren't just a waste of time, and that you had time to explore while you were catalyzing your final choice. And so, and the reason that we're offering to begin with something like a general humanities degree with a leaven of science, let's say, is precisely to allow people that opportunity to explore. But we're also developing technologies that will help people identify what they're interested in. And so this is something to know, and I write about this also in my new book. You might say, well, how do you discover the purpose of your life? Okay, so there's a variety of ways to approach that. You could say, well, you can look at what interests you. Okay, so some things call to you. You find them compelling and engaging. You have to watch yourself and see.
Do you usually eat a pre-workout meal? Well, I eat before I work out. I don't know if you'd call it a pre-workout meal. I just have a blueberry smoothie in the morning, and then I work out afterwards. Normally when I'm not dieting, I'd eat something similar, but probably also have protein with a meal too. So I'd have like a blueberry smoothie with maybe some tofu, something like that.
See what those things are, and you can pursue them. And so that's positive emotion pulling you forward. But then there's a regulatory mechanism that goes along with that, which is something like your conscience. And so your conscience is like the voice of negative emotion, and it tells you when you're wandering off the beaten path towards your destination. And what would you say? It informs you with guilt and shame about the inadequacies of your behavior. But you can also use that as a way of discovering your purpose or your destiny, because virtually everyone, imagine there are things you're interested in, but there are also things that bother you. There are things that show up to you like they're a problem, and they bother you. And you might say, well, I don't want to have any problems, and that's not a very good way of looking at it. What you should understand is that those things bother you because they happen to be your problems. And so you could find your purpose in their solution. And that's the call of conscience. And in classic religious writings, in the biblical narratives, for example, one of the conceptualizations of God that's very common is the interplay between calling and conscience. And so one of the things we're going to do with Peterson Academy, we're doing this with this essay program as well, is help people discover their calling and help them establish a relationship with their conscience. Now we are and have differentiated that to some degree too, because what you're interested in and what bothers you is going to be dependent to some degree on your personality structure. Mm-hmm. And we know how to map that. We know how to turn that into questions that you could write about or investigate. And it's also going to be dependent to some degree on the structure of interest per se. So psychologists have broken the world of what you're interested in into its appropriate statistical domains. So for example, engineers have interests in the realistic domain. It's more practical. And there are people who are more interested in the aesthetic domain. There's a model called RIASEC, R-I-A-S-E-C. It provides a six-dimensional overview of interest. And so we're going to use those technologies to help people understand what they're interested in, why. That can help them pick topics to write about and to investigate, but it also helps them chart a course, let's say, for their life.
I get DMs all the time. I hear people just like they're at that 23, 26 age.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I don't know what the hell to do with my life. I feel so lost. And I kind of felt like that too. And I felt the best thing to do is you got to leave your hometown for a lot of people and make yourself uncomfortable. Happiness with people that are worth hundreds of millions and other people that are just happy with their situation.
You probably don't want to judge the quality of your life exactly based on your emotional state, happiness or lack thereof. That's a contributing factor, but it's probably better to think about your happiness as a side effect of your proper pursuits. So say you're pursuing something that's meaningful and engaging and productive.
There is nothing that's meaningful. Meaning is an illusion. The only way to measure your quality of life is your mental state. If you're horrifically miserable and depressed, but you're a billionaire, the most successful, richest man on the planet, beloved by everyone, but you're constantly depressed and miserable and want to kill yourself, are you going to say you have a high quality of life? Like, no. The only way to measure, the quality of your life is how you subjectively feel about your life. This is just stupid.
The spin-off of that is going to be as much happiness as you're capable of. But a lot of what's going to determine your happiness is your temperament. So extroverted people have a lot of positive emotion, and neurotic people have a lot of negative emotion. And so if you're very introverted and very high neuroticism, there's not going to be a lot of happiness. And that's a biological fact in some ways for you. You don't want to be pursuing happiness. You want to be pursuing something like meaning, and that would be associated with that.
You can't pursue meaning. Everything is meaningless. That's just fucking stupid.
Like upward-oriented striving that we discussed before. And then if happiness comes along, well, you're a fool if you don't welcome it and if you're not grateful for it. But it's not a good aim.
You're saying happiness isn't a good aim?
It's not a good aim.
I thought it's the only aim.
No, it's not a good aim. It's a good side effect.
So what if you find something that is meaningful?
Jordan Peterson is like genuinely fucking retarded. I wish I could debate him on this topic. Do you think we might still be in the Stone Age if everyone was nihilistic? No. Should adult websites be banned?
You're not going to learn that when you're older.
You think pornography should be banned?
Yes, I do think that. Now, the devil's in the details.
Right. So this idiot who is a supposedly free speech absolutist who cries when he gets banned from Twitter is claiming we should ban content that he doesn't like. The hypocrisy.
Details, right? Because you might ask yourself, at what point do aesthetically pleasing images of attractive people shade into destructive pornography? And that's a relatively complicated question, but it's not an insoluble question. No, I think pornography is an absolute catastrophe. We don't know what it's doing to young people, but the evidence that's accumulating is that it's...
Yeah, we do know what it's doing. For the vast majority of people, we're talking about close to 100%. The only negatives that have been discovered is that it desensitizes you to sexual violence. It doesn't make you more prone to commit it, but it desensitizes you. So when you look up brain scans of people who frequently watch porn versus people who don't watch porn frequently or never, when you show them scenes of sexual violence, the parts of the brain that respond and react to that, like in shock, they don't light up as much. That's it. Is that a problem? Not really. Porn use is not associated with sexual violence, so who fucking cares? Like anything, anybody can get addicted to it. People get addicted to exercise. People get addicted to eating fucking rocks. If you ever watch TLC, there are hoarders who get addicted to just hoarding things. Oh my god. Peterson is genuinely fucking retarded. Again, I support free speech. I want to ban speech. Right. Genius.
It's not good. And it's not surprising and it's going to get worse with AI by a lot, because we'll have the technology for fully customizable virtual girlfriends, and that's like months away. There's already companies that offer that to some degree.
Oh, right. That's months away. Let's check back in 2025 and see if that's happened.
I'm trying to find that website.
I think there already is.
Yeah, there already are virtual girlfriends. And, you can unlock the more pornographic features with increased payment. And those are going to be very powerful, because the AI systems are already at the point where for a really lonely and isolated person, the AI chatbot system will give them more attention and a better conversation than they've ever had with anyone in their whole life.
Why is Jordan acting like that's a bad thing? Would he rather just people be lonely and miserable and kill themselves? So, if we could use AI to make people happier by giving them a virtual girlfriend or boyfriend, why is that a problem? Like, as if their relationship prospects are, like, increased if there wasn't that AI?
Yeah, we're already at that.
But you're going to know it's AI, right? So it's like,
look,
well,
you have friends and people around you. You know, I would say 1 in 20 people, that's probably about right, have no one. No one's ever paid attention to them. No one's ever listened to them. And if they can find a substitute that's better than nothing, or even radically better than nothing, it's going to be, in many ways, irresistible. So just like pornography is irresistible.
Pornography is not irresistible. How is he making that claim? Like, based on what evidence? How is pornography irresistible? I don't get it. Like,
I mean, pornographic images aren't real. They're real enough. And that's part of their danger. I mean, we put young men in a situation now. Young men are more susceptible to pornographic imagery because men are much more visual in their sexual response than women.
no, it's not just because men are more visual. Men are also more sexually interested. If women had a similar sex drive, you would see almost identical levels of porn use, even though women aren't as, like, visually stimulated as men. So, like, porn use coincides with sex drive. If you were to castrate a man so that he doesn't really produce any testosterone anymore, you'd only get testosterone produced by the adrenal glands, you'd see their porn use basically become non-existent. So, whatever, it's Peterson, he's dumb.
Women have their pornographic proclivities, but they tend to use stories rather than images. But a given 12-year-old, 13-year-old young man can see more beautiful women in 1 hour than the most powerful man in history ever saw in his entire life.
So he's said this a lot, and it's not really true. When you look at tribal societies, like, again, just look up tribal societies, National Geographic, or African tribes, whatever you want. Everyone's naked. Everyone sees each other naked. They also don't have toilets, so everyone, like, pisses and shits outside and crap, like, in full view of everybody. In traditional societies like that, everyone sees everybody naked. So this idea that you had to be extremely wealthy and powerful and this alpha male Chad in order to see, like, beautiful women naked all the time, that's not true. That's more of a modern thing now that we wear clothing all the time, and obviously the weather also has something to do with that. Like, you're not going to go out naked when it's like negative 20 degrees out. But again, in traditional tribal societies, especially near the equator where it's hot all the time, everybody saw everybody naked. So Peterson doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
And we're asking young men to be able to contend with that. It's like, why should they be able to contend with that?
What do you think is like the product of that? What is it doing to society?
Well, we don't exactly know the causal consequence, but there are things we know.
Oh, okay. I have no evidence for anything I'm saying, but I still believe it anyway because I hate pretty girls.
No, the birth rate has plummeted in the West. Far fewer.
Oh my God. He's claiming pornography is responsible for a lower birth rate. By the way, Japan has had birth rate issues since the late 1980s. Like, this is before internet porn became a real thing. And ever since the late 1980s, Japan has had a massively declining birth rate. Please explain, Jordan, how this has happened in other societies before the explosion of internet pornography, if internet pornography is to blame. He's just absolutely fucking retarded.
Where young people are having relationships, the rate of virginity is skyrocketing. I think in Japan, it's 30% of people 30 and under are virgins. And the curves in the US and the rest of the West are, like, we're 15 years behind the Japanese. The curves are the same. And so...
So, by the way, when you look at Japanese culture, they have,
Hashtag boycott Chevron. Come on bruh, come on bruh, come on bruh.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, LG. So, again, Jordan Peterson's talking out of his ass. If you look at Japanese culture, there are weird eccentricities about Japanese culture that would explain why they have such a low birth rate and people aren't fucking and there's so many virgins. For one thing, they have a crazy work culture. You have to be at your job at least 30 minutes before it actually opens, or else it's considered disrespect. People will literally show up 3 hours early to job interviews and just sit in a chair while being stared at, hoping the person who's about to interview them will see them sitting in the chair for 3 hours, just so that they get this impression that, oh, they really want this job. People will work overtime hours without pay to make it seem as though, oh, they're really dedicated, they're really hardworking. Also, the cost of living there has increased quite a bit, so that also contributes to the insanely long working hours and shit. So the amount of stress people have in their jobs is tremendous, and stress is an absolute killer of sexual performance. If you are stressed, you are not going to be thinking about sex, and even if you are, you're going to have a hard time getting a boner. Being in a stressed flight or flight state prevents you from getting an erection. Like, try doing a 1 rep maximum squat or deadlift, and then immediately after, try getting an erection. The fight or flight response prevents you from being able to get aroused. It's just you need to be in a relaxed, calm state in order to get aroused. And a lot of Japanese people have a lot of anxiety, a lot of pressure. They're stressed out, work too much, and that results in, less people fucking. On top of that, the way relationships are kind of managed or looked at in society is really fucking weird. Couples, there's this perception that couples shouldn't even hold hands in public. Holding hands in public when you're dating is seen as oh my God, that's so scandalous. I can't believe they're doing that. Japanese people will talk about seeing foreigners dating, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe they're kissing in public. That's like fucking in public to them. So again, this combination of stressed sort of living circumstances on top of intimacy being frowned upon kind of explains why there's so many virgins. Jordan Peterson doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And again, that has nothing to do with fucking pornography. That's just how the culture is. Let me take a look. LEG. Oh my God, here we go. Fucking Greta Thunberg became a Nazi. Who would have figured?
Palestine and all over the world. The fight against colonialism and corporations.
So supposedly she's against colonialism, but she's supporting terrorist jihadist regimes that want to invade other countries that are democratic, secular, liberal nations and create a fascist dictatorship run by radical Islam. But she's anti-colonialist. Right. You are pro-colonialism, you fucking idiot. You just don't realize it.
Destruction of the planet are intrinsically linked. Look at Chevron. Everyone knows that Chevron is one of the world's biggest climate criminals. But the oil giant is also fueling Israel's genocide in Palestine. As is
by the way, she probably wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for oil production, so yeah, we kind of need oil for energy. right?
Israel bombs hospitals, homes, and
So I have not seen a single instance of Israel ever bombing a hospital. That's just fake news. Secondly, yeah, they have bombed schools. They have bombed mosques. That's because they're being used for terrorists. Terrorists have put rockets on the top of these roofs and shit. So Greta is literally claiming, well, terrorists should use human shields. They should embed themselves in civilian infrastructure. That way they can conduct their terrorism, hopefully with impunity, so that they can kill as many Jews as possible. And when the Jews do rightfully strike back and kill these terrorists, then she gets to, make anti-Semitic remarks against Jews, calling them colonialists, claiming that they shouldn't have their own land, even though there's like 1 billion Muslim countries, but Jews, no, they can't have their own country.
schools in Gaza. Chevron supplies them with energy from 2 Israeli-claimed gas fields in the Mediterranean, making millions in the process. Ending Israel's genocide in Gaza and Israeli apartheid is a climate justice issue.
No, it's not.
Israel is destroying Palestinian lives, but also destroying Palestinian lands and resources through its warfare and industries that pollute and destroy the environment. We cannot stand by
So, do you think this might be because they're getting attacked by terrorists?
and do nothing. I'm joining Palestinian global calls to boycott Chevron.
Yes, boycott Chevron. Just bicycle 3 hours to work.
Together we are calling for Chevron to withdraw from its projects with Israel. Join the movement to defend human rights and protect the planet by pledging to boycott Chevron now.
What an absolute retard. How old is she now? Like 18, 19, 20? This is a fucking child that just... Why does anybody listen to her? Thanks for the donation, Ali G. DD donated $2. Let me see.
I don't give a shit about the geopolitics. I'm not going to ever take sides in those because everyone loses in war.
So he wouldn't take a side when the Nazis were in power? I'm not going to take a side. I'm not going to say the Nazis are bad or America is bad. I'm going to remain neutral because all sides lose in war. Both America and the Nazis are just as bad. What an idiot.
And the people involved did not choose to be born there. We all hit random on the character creator. We all spawned in different places we didn't choose. And I will never, ever say...
I don't know how that precludes anybody from having any sort of moral opinions.
Segregate people in our community based on those things.
Okay, so he has no opinion on slavery? Like, he has no opinion on genocide? He has no opinion on Islamic Jihad? Like this is just ridiculous. This guy is a fucking moron.
They did not choose. So your gotchas are worthless to me. I don't give a shit about them. And neither does anybody else in this community. And they never have.
That guy is just genuinely stupid.
Let's say that somebody gives you $5 in bits, and then they do a chargeback. When that happens, I don't know if Twitch takes the $5 away or not, because we only get paid once a month. They may do that. I don't know. But they protect us from having any chargeback fees. If somebody gives $1 over PayPal, and then they charge this back, how much money do you think PayPal takes from us as a streamer? Do you think they take the $1? PayPal charges you an extra $15 in chargeback fees. You lose $16.
How is that possible?
On a $1 transaction. So we used to take donations over PayPal, and I got rid of that shit. Because it's dangerous, dude. One of the worst things you can do is accept donations over PayPal.
That is remarkably stupid.
Last night, Twitch decided that they wanted to delete our favorite emote on this channel. It's been in use since January 2022. It is an animated ferret butt. There is no butthole on it. There is no anything on it. It is just a blank ass. The only thing that they've told me is that it's disallowed content, imagery of sexual content or nudity. Twitch, if this is sexual content, if your moderation team thinks that this is sexual content, I think that says more about you than it does about me. I'm just saying.
There are hot tub streamers on Twitch, and the moderation team takes this down? Like, what?
Hey, it's a little bit weird. Don't get too aroused, Twitch. I know that ferrets turn you on so much.
Yeah, really. That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Didi.
So it's radically disturbing relationships between men and women. Now, how much of that is pornography? Well, we don't know because it's hard to parse apart all the different influences. The pill likely has something to do with it too, because women on the pill like masculine men less.
Oh, well, here's another great demonstration of Jordan Peterson not knowing anything and not being able to understand any research. There's literally no evidence whatsoever that women preferentially date more masculine men while on birth control pills. None whatsoever. The theory was that when women are ovulating, they're going to seek out the most masculine men, but when they're not ovulating, which would happen either when they're pregnant or after pregnancy, they're going to seek out more caring, compassionate men that can help them raise children. The problem with that fucking idea is women aren't constantly ovulating, you idiot. So
and so we have no idea what.
How do you gauge that? How is that gauged? That comment you just made.
How is it gauged?
Women who take, you talking about the birth control pill?
No, I'm genuinely curious. That's a great question.
There's literally no evidence in support of this theory. None whatsoever. Jordan Peterson's just an idiot. He probably read some forum post on a red pill thing and then believed it.
Here's one.
I kind of got personal.
That's why,
there,
yeah.
too.
That's
Steiny
why
set up a
so
little
I'm getting on the.
Does Canada have college sports that are as big as college sports in the US? College football in America is a multi-billion-dollar industry and is more popular than many pro sports.
Well, Canada doesn't have as big of a domestic market as the United States, so there's no sports in Canada that are as big as football. Like hockey is our national sport, but like it's a way smaller domestic market. Thanks for the donation though, P.
So there are degrees of masculinity in facial configuration, and jaw width is one of the markers. There's a variety of markers.
Okay.
So you can take women and you can show them a picture of the same man with the jaw width varied, and then you can see if the women who are on the pill like the men with narrow jaws better than the women on the pill, and the answer is the women on the pill like the men with narrow jaws better, and they're less masculine. And so, and you.
Yeah, so when you study actual dating behavior, you do not see any effect of birth control pills.
Also see the same preference in women's reproductive cycle. So,
by the way, I don't even think that finding was replicated. I think that was only one study that ever found that, and the finding was never replicated.
and that's not
we got to get our jawlines going.
Hopefully your pullout game's strong, bro.
Bro, I'm not worried about that.
That's not the only investigative technique, but that's one of them.
So overall, do you think like where everything's headed based on what you know, based on your whole life?
You're right, VG. We are just monkey people who support war, and it's in our nature to conquer, just like our furry real thieves who live deep in the jungle.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are we headed to dystopian or utopian society?
We're headed towards a competition between those two things at a rate that has never before made itself manifest. Like there's more possibility in the positive.
No, I don't think I saw the Destiny John Doyle debate.
Negative direction in front of us now than there ever has been, per unit of time. And that's partly just a consequence of technological transformation. Everything's happening so fast. And so things could be radically better than they are. And there's many things moving in that direction. We talked earlier about the amelioration of absolute poverty. Like the UN predicted 10 years ago that, at least at the growth rates that were in place then, that we could eradicate absolute poverty by the year 2030, 2035. And that's despite the fact that we'll probably peak out at about 9 billion people. It's clearly the case that there are enough resources.
I don't think we're going to peak out at about 9 billion people. Probably in the next decade, we're going to have about a 2 billion population reduction.
I want to come inside of Michaela Peterson and Tofu Goddess. They have extremely beautiful, tight, moist, clean-shaven pussies.
Well, Tofu Goddess is an absolute fucking moron who supports false rape accusations. She's also not attractive, and Michaela Peterson is a gross carnist, so I think you have strange taste in women. Thanks for that donation, Horny for Sex.
Sources to provide every one of 9 billion people with what they need and want and opportunity. We could do that.
Why does that not happen?
It is happening. It is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, there's twice as many people in the world as there was when I was young. The doom-saying prognostications in the 1960s were that we'd have mass starvation by the year 2000. That just simply hasn't happened. Everyone's much richer than they were. And, there's local deviations in that, and there is concentration of wealth in at the hands of a tiny number of people. That's in some ways inevitable, but that's radically positive. We're way more efficient at agricultural production than we once were. We're way better at making more with less, and we're getting better and better at that all the time. So there are lots of reasons to be extremely positive. By the same token, you see developments in places like China, 700 million closed-circuit TVs. They're watched all the time. We could build a totalitarian state that made Orwell's worst nightmares look like a romp in the park. That could easily happen, and there's powerful forces pushing us in that direction too. It's already the case in many ways.
What's funny is the UK probably has more mass surveillance than China. Like, there's a reason why V for Vendetta, was made in the UK. UK is kind of already seen as a weird totalitarian nanny state.
China. Yeah. So, we copied the Chinese during the COVID lockdown, right? So we can certainly do the same in many, many ways.
We did not copy the Chinese during the COVID lockdown. China was literally boarding up exits of apartment buildings. So if there was a fire in your apartment building, unless there was a fire escape, you literally would just die in the fire because they literally boarded up all the exits. We did not copy China at all during COVID lockdowns.
So this is also why, as far as I'm concerned, it's partly why I wrote this next book, We Who Wrestle with God, is that we have this incredible technological power that's accelerating extraordinarily rapidly. Is we better get our ethical act together, because otherwise we'll make the machines that turn against us. And everyone knows that, So
how do you see that playing
bigger
out?
Machines, you better be wiser when you're using them.
How do you see that playing out? Because we had a RFK on the pod last week.
Just look at this documentary at the 34.41 mark.
Oh, wait, 34.1. Oh, no, that isn't. Oh, 34.41. I'm having trouble thinking.
There under the large fig tree, another group of Tumai. The first time they've seen them. Two very enticing females. They have been eating overripe figs and are now drunk. This group have come here for the fermented fruits that rot on the ground. The alpha wants the females.
Okay, well, that's monkey rape. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids donate $2. Let me see.
Is the game God of War haram? Any games that have gods in them, they are forbidden to play with Islamically.
Yeah, that's gonna teach the kids to join Islam. You can't play practically any video game.
Sam, that's not how we do it. Let me show you how we take care of the creature. Let me show you how we take care of the creature.
Yes, destroy your own TV that costs like $1,000. That'll show him. Hope you enjoy this one, lol.
No, wait, keep watching, it's about war.
Okay, I'll watch more of it, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. The fuck? Dude, what is this stupid shit?
My home state got fucked up.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, NC Vegan. That was a very weird video.
This group have come here for the fermented... The females wants what he sees other males. And is formulating inside the alpha idea. Most... killing one's own speed to take us invent forces and male reality.
Okay, well, that's basically what we do today. Yep, North Carolina is pretty screwed. That seems to be quite unideal. Thanks for the donation, NC Vegan.
Too, and he was talking about the dangers of AI.
Yeah.
That's just
What do you
scary.
think is the biggest threat with AI right now?
I don't know. I don't know, because it's changing so quickly that it's very difficult to tell. I mean, people are very afraid that job responsibility, and that's how you pull it back from the tyrants.
Changing subjects a little bit. You personally struggled with Xanax, some sort of addiction. You were in a coma?
Yeah.
For how many months? 2 months?
Kind of depends on how you count it, but it was complicated because I had some sort of unspecified immunological illness that really, it's probably plagued me my whole life, but that really became acute in 2016. And I got very ill, and one of the side effects, apart from very low blood pressure, was insomnia. And so I was prescribed these benzodiazepines, and they stopped that from happening. I could sleep again, very low dose, and I just
Isn't low blood pressure usually tied with, like, just heart problems? Why would he assume it's an immunological illness? Dodo donated $2, let me see.
Hello, my name is Jacob, and my concentration is environmental science and sustainable business.
Hi, my name is Lex, and my concentration is the performance of self.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle. My concentration is creative direction, production, and narrative through the arts, performance, and written word.
Hi, my name is Karina Gomez, and my concentration is in journalism and Latin American studies.
All completely useless degrees.
With an emphasis in human rights, collective memory, and political violence.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Lee, and I studied the sociology of environmental communication.
Hi, my name is Reed, and I study music business and gender studies.
Hi, my name is Dominique,
Yeah, Berserk is going to be finished in my lifetime.
and I studied care politics with a minor in disability studies.
My name is Elliot Wright, and my concentration is art as a social mechanism.
Hi, I'm Georgia, and my concentration is dramatic writing and theatrical adaptation.
My name is Noah Loyacano, and my concentration is equilibrium or negotiated paradox.
This is how the universities are making money, by the way. There are very few people, becoming medical doctors or lawyers or anything like that. So this is how the universities make their money. Just useless shit like this.
Hi, my name is Sophie Lopez, and my concentration is titled Queering and Decolonizing Theater Practice. Hi, my name is Maya, and my concentration is Journalism, Postcolonial Studies, and Psychoanalysis.
Hi, I'm Eloise. I'm graduating with a concentration in Philosophy of Science and Theater.
My name is Amina, and my concentration is titled The Criminal Mind, which is surrounded on criminology and applied psychology.
Hi, my name is Juliana. My concentration is International Business and Fashion through Sustainable Development. Yay!
Well, hopefully the debt was worth it.
Kept taking them.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't even feel them they had no effect on me as far as I could tell, apart from the fact that I could sleep. But it was a very stressful period of my life. It's when my university job came under assault, and there was a lot of things
By the way, wasn't this while he was on the carnivore diet?
happening around me. And I had taken antidepressants before that, and that was probably part of an immunological problem as well. Many years later, I tried to stop taking them, and that did not go well. So, and then, well, it's because that often happens to people. You shouldn't take benzodiazepines for more than a couple of weeks. So, anyways, things spiraled out of control in consequence.
Was that
took about 3 years to.
So being in a coma, I'm just so curious about the coma thing. What was that experience like?
I don't remember much of it.
Zero of it.
Not zero, but it's pretty fragmented.
Like you just blacked out. You just wake up one day and the time's gone. And is it like sort of?
Yeah. There's no real difference between that and being asleep.
So you were dreaming?
Not that I can remember. No.
So wait,
no, I was very ill when I went to Russia for treatment. Strangely enough, and the diagnosis of the Russians when I got there was that someone was trying to kill me. So, well, I'd been prescribed a lot of different medications to deal with a variety of the problems I was experiencing, acute pain being one of them. And anyways.
You don't deal with any of that now?
I still have a lot of pain, but not compared to how much I did have.
So that was probably what you would agree. I think you had multiple things happening, but that was probably the lowest point in your life.
Yes.
And how did you get motivated again or battle to?
Well, I had a lot of support and a lot of opportunity, and both of those were relevant. Like I was in an absurd amount of pain. I mean, at one point I was walking 10 to 12 miles a day because I couldn't sit, I couldn't rest. I could only move, and that made things somewhat bearable. People, my family, they still wanted me around. And I did have a wealth of opportunities, and so I tried a variety of different treatments, and one of them finally likely worked. And I started to recover slowly, I guess in 2021.
No, haven't been practicing Tekken. I've only played when we, I've only been playing when we play matches. I'm down to play some Tekken matches with you right now. I'll just go take a piss. And we can play some T8 matches if you're down. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna piss. We can't play because servers are down for maintenance? Crap. Carlostu Vegan donate $2. Hey bro, saw you on Destiny Reddit. I don't know, but it's been making the rounds. What's your stance on eating wild boar? Does that mean you can be vegan? Assuming it reduces rights violations, I'm fine with killing wild boar. I'm not in favor of eating it though, because eating animals and having close contact with animals is a huge risk for zoonotic disease transmission. That's why the coronavirus pandemic happened. So I wouldn't be in support of that, but wild boar are omnivorous and they are an invasive species. So if it would reduce the amount of animals that are being killed in the environment, I'd be in favor of killing them or culling them. I think they are straw manning you, but can it be logical to eat wild boar, etc. if it reduces rights violations? Thank you. Yeah, like it could be. Thanks for the donation, Carlos to Vegan. Is the Sonoran Desert Institute a good place to start a career in guns? No, it's a scam.
Are you feeling well rested tonight?
Not particularly. I'm kind of just exhausted. I've been doing like 8 to 10 hour streams per day. And that's while dieting, training 3 hours a day. So I feel like I need a day off. Thanks for the donation though, Sam. Yeah, so the Sonoran Desert Institute is a complete and utter scam. They don't actually teach you anything about gunsmithing, and if you get a job at a firearms company, it does not get you any kind of higher position within the company. So it's a massive waste of money, extremely expensive, and you don't learn anything useful. You're better off applying for, a job at a firearms company, and then they'll teach you how to, work with firearms. So it's a complete and utter scam. A lot of their coursework is also either inaccurate, misleading, or just completely and utterly wrong. So it's an outright scam. Don't ever, ever, ever pay for the Sonoran Desert Institute. It's pure bullshit.
21, I think it was 21, fall of 21 or fall of 22. I woke up one day and the normal ceiling falling on me that happened in the morning didn't happen. And
then why don't you take a day off, maybe tomorrow perhaps?
I might do that. I might. I don't know. I feel kind of pressured to just do streams every day. It's ultimately my decision, but I've just been pushing myself, Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, I haven't played Street Fighter 6 in a long ass time. They made some bad nerfs to Chun-Li, and she was my main in Street Fighter, and on top of that, the drive impact system ruined the fucking game for me. It's the stupidest fucking mechanic. If they didn't have that, that would have been the best Street Fighter yet.
I started to be able to sit a bit, and things gradually improved. And they're pretty good now. I mean, I generally have about as much pain as you'd have if you were, what it's like when you get the flu?
Yeah.
Your body aches?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's there all the time. But compared to what it was like, it's nothing. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Do you know what
I don't know how to describe it.
You don't know what the actual diagnosis? No actual diagnosis?
Not really, no. No. It was an immunological response of some sort. So we're still trying to figure it out, partly because I would like to get rid of the rest of the pain. But at least I'm...
So unfortunately...
As your quiet port in the storm, I say end the stream now. Then make the next 2 days complete body rest. And just stay home.
I don't know if I'll end the stream now, but I might take tomorrow off. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam.
Definitely, guys, it looks like one of YouTube's original fake gurus has returned to scam even more people out of money. Now, specifically, I'm talking about the original YouTube fake guru, Tai Lopez. Now, if you're unfamiliar, I'm sure that if you were on YouTube back in 2015, 2016, you probably saw the infamous Tai Lopez ad where he's here in my garage with my Lambo, but I don't care about the Lambo, guys. What I care about is knowledge, my 10 bookshelves that I just had installed with all my knowledge.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. It's fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 new bookshelves that I had to get installed to hold 2,000 new books that I bought. It's like the billionaire Warren Buffett says, the more you learn, the more you earn.
Now that video, which Tai Lopez ran as an ad back in 2015 and 2016, that video was everywhere on every video.
Am I still gonna play FNAF? What's FNAF? I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember what that game is. Yeah, he doesn't even read. He reads like the first few pages or something. He's a fucking idiot. I'm so exhausted, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know.
Video, you could not escape that ad. That video is still on YouTube on his channel. It collectively has 71 million views, most of it because he ran ads to it. And everyone made memes about that video. Even H3H3, before they had the podcast, they just made funny videos. They talked about the Tai Lopez infamous ad. And pretty much every fake guru that came out after him basically was birthed by Tai Lopez. If you're familiar with the Alien franchise, you got the Alien Queen in the second movie, and that was basically Tai Lopez giving birth to all these fake gurus that came after him. Everyone that posed in front of their Lambo for years, that was because of how successful the infamous Tai Lopez here in my garage ad was. Now, obviously, with recent times, with inflation, posing in front of a Lambo just isn't cool anymore, guys. Now you have to pose in front of a jet. Everyone from Meet Kevin, Grant Cardone, even Tai Lopez is now posing in front of a jet because Lambos, unfortunately, are just not cool anymore. It's all about having a private jet. But yeah, Tai Lopez was the original fake guru. Now he's back and he's scamming people again. We're going to go into that. But I actually talked about Tai Lopez last year in 2023. I think towards the beginning of the year, so it's been almost 2 years at this point. Tai Lopez started a company, Retail E-Commerce Ventures, which I talked about. I'll have a link to that video if you want to check that out. And basically what that company was he was buying up all of these dying retail brands. There was like Pier 1 Imports, there was like Radio Shack, there was Modelo Sports, Franklin Mitt, Steinmart. He even bought bodybuilding.com for some reason. And Retail E-Commerce Ventures, what they were going to do is they were going to buy all these retail locations and they were going to turn them into online internet juggernaut businesses. That was the whole business plan. He started that after COVID happened. And a bunch of people invested in that company. He collectively raised, I think, over like $130 million from investors. This wasn't a Tai Lopez's money. Investors, he ran ads across YouTube and other platforms. Investors gave him money, believing that Tai Lopez would make these companies successful again. And Tai Lopez, of course, didn't do that. He ran Retail E-Commerce Ventures into the ground. He decided to turn these companies into zombie companies, basically. If you don't know Radio Shack, he infamously turned their Twitter into basically marketing for this scammy cryptocurrency platform that he launched. And Retail E-Commerce Ventures was a massive failure, so much so, which I talked about last year, that many of the investors were thinking about suing Tai Lopez because he flushed $130+ million down the toilet. All right, and This went on for about a year or so. They didn't know if they were going to sue him or not, but that has actually been settled out of court now. What basically happened was Ty Lopez and his business partner agreed to give control of all of these companies they bought, Pier 1 Import, Steinmart, Bodybuilding.com, excuse me. He agreed to give all of these companies to the investors. He couldn't give them back the money because the company was near bankrupt. It was almost going to go bankrupt. But now the investors have control of the company, and Ty Lopez is no longer involved in it. And that's how they were able to settle out of court. And Ty Lopez was able to avoid...
What a surprise. A financial guru who claims to be a business expert runs businesses into the ground.
avoid getting sued and possibly going to jail for, mismanaging this company so badly, right? Now, Ty Lopez, he didn't stop there, guys. He decided, you know what? I screwed over all these people. I flushed 130, 150 million, I don't know how much money. I flushed this all down the toilet. You know what I want to do? I want to start scamming people again. I'm not going to sit back. I'm not going to enjoy the money I have. I need to start screwing more people over. And that, unfortunately, is exactly what he's doing. Now, he seems to be running this out on Facebook. He seems to understand that most people on YouTube don't really like him anymore, so we're not going to do that. So now he's running this ad, this very, very funny ad, on Facebook, talking...
Logan Paul's WWE wrestling match was good. Ugh, I don't really watch WWE wrestling. He is still an asshole, though.
About a new mastermind. So let's go ahead and take a look at this.
Mansion party, pool party, business mastermind, all in one. I'll see you here. I'm gonna put a link below. Got 3 different type of tickets. You wanna come talk business? There's a ton of high rollers flying in, entrepreneurs, big personal brands, not just to have fun at the pool, but before we're doing the mastermind during the day. We'll be meeting in the ballroom, my living room. The entrepreneurs will be in here. And then in the afternoon, after the morning business talks, we'll be going to the pool. You want to be here. You want to be here.
This new ad is absolutely hilarious for a number of reasons. Now, this is a business mastermind that he's selling, but the entire ad is just a bunch of women in bikinis in a pool party, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't understand why you're doing that, Ty, because you're not selling a dating event. This is a business mastermind, but it's just nothing but attractive women. Now, on top of that, the creepy way he says in the video where he's like, guys, you gotta be here, guys. You gotta be here.
You want to be here. You want to be here.
I don't know, man. This ad really gets me. And
No, I don't really want to watch a video about the pipe organ.
It's crazy that, unfortunately, after everything Ty has done, after he screwed over all the investors, and he basically ran a $100 million company into the ground, unfortunately, there's probably a lot of people that are going to want to attend this mastermind. Now, I actually went to the link below. Talk about, guys, there's a link below. Keeps talking about that. I actually went to the link and put in my information just to see how much this cost, right? Now, what's really interesting is this event. He initially had an event that was going to be actually this weekend, the last weekend of September, and I signed up for that a couple of weeks ago just to see how much it was. And what's really interesting is when you sign up for the event, you get a form that says, here's how it works. You need to pay a deposit of $297 to make sure you're serious about this, right? This team will get back to you to see if you and your business are a good fit. This is not for beginners. If everything checks out, Ty and the team will place you in the appropriate level of the mastermind, right? So he was asking for $297 just for the option of possibly going to the mastermind. This was not paying for the mastermind to go, right? You're just possibly going to, if you give him money, he'll think about inviting you guys. Now, what's interesting is he's actually upped the price. I actually just checked it today because he's got a new event in October now. And now he's asking for $497. So he wants $500, guys. Again, this does not get you to the event. You don't get to go to the mastermind. You just got to give him $500 up front because he wants to know that you're serious. He wants to know that you really care about him. Now, I want you to apply this logic that Ty Lopez is asking for $500 for literally you get nothing. You're letting him know that you're serious. I want you to apply this logic to other aspects of life. Let's say, for example, you're a young man, you're single, you see an attractive woman, you go up to her and you start talking to her. Hey girl, how you doing, right? And you decide, you know what, you work up the courage and you ask her out on a date. Hey, let's go Let's go to someplace nice. How about we go to Arby's, girl? How about I take you to Arby's? Really nice restaurant, I know. And she's like, you know what? I'd like to go on a date with you, but I'm going to need $500 up front. And you're like, what? Why would I give you $500 up front? And she's like, I need to know that you're serious about dating me. And I don't know you're serious unless you're willing to give me $500 up front. Now, most guys, hopefully in that situation, would realize that chick's crazy. You don't want to go on a date with her, right? You don't want to take her to your special place, Arby's, because that chick is crazy. Why would she need $500 up front just to know that you're serious about going on a date with her? But that's how Tai Lopez thinks. He thinks that people are just going to give him $500 up front just for the option, possibly, of going to his mastermind, giving the money up front. And now I would hope that most people would understand not to do that. But the fact that he has increased the price, last week it was $297, now it's $497, he would only do that if he's being successful. If people are actually giving him money to go to the event, he's like, yeah, I can raise the price $500 to come to my event in Beverly Hills in my new mansion. And you could hang out with beautiful women in my pool. And we'll talk about some really scammy stuff, right? Now, I don't know why people would give him any money after, like I said, the last business he ran, Retail E-commerce Ventures, a 130+ million company, was run into the ground because of Tai Lopez. I don't know why people would consider going to this event after that. But unfortunately, we live in the timeline of idiocracy, where basically, you can get famous. You can be a Costco guy talking about Costco cookies. You can be an 8-year-old, the Rizzler, to make a face, and you can become incredibly famous like that. Or, of course, my favorite, the Hawk Tuah girl. You can make a joke about spitting on that thing, and now you have as of right now, you have the third highest watched podcast in the world right now on Spotify, the Hawk Tuah podcast. So unfortunately, we live in the world where I think a lot of people will probably give this guy, Tai Lopez, $500, and probably more than that, because you're just letting him know that you're serious, and you probably have to give him more money than that. So you probably have to give him like $1,000+ to go to this mastermind to learn information that most of this you can find for free. Again, I don't know why anyone would want to give this massive scammer money after the hundreds of investors are incredibly pissed at him and wanted to sue him for ruining his last company. Tai Lopez is back, and he's running the Tai Lopez mastermind with the incredibly cringy ad on Facebook. But that's about it, guys. I just wanted to talk about Tai Lopez being back. I don't know why anyone still gives this guy money. We live in a world where everything is basically free online, and anything Tai Lopez teaches you, you can find for free on YouTube in many other videos.
Fools and their money are soon departed. People are dumb.
3 months ago, I took...
Dumb, dumb, dumb. So very dumb. So that comes out October 10th. So that's still not out yet? Oh no, it's out. Apparently it's I don't know, I might still get that for like Halloween. Not sure though. No, haven't beaten San Andreas yet. I'm thinking of... Like, I beat it back in the day, but I'm thinking of, just playing it with a PS2 emulator. If you were CJ, would you tell Sweet to shut his bitch ass up and enjoy the money? Well, yeah, of course. Play Bioshock? Nah. Bioshock sucks. iRacing is so bullshit. The only reason iRacing is big is because the online multiplayer. Like, the lobby system and everything is good, but the physics suck. Haven't played Monster Hunter. I played the first game and I fucking hated it and never wanted to play Monster Hunter again. The first game was so fucking bad. Play Cuck Simulator. I don't know. Well, Mage $90. Moss right in Melbourne right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fucking chimps. What do they think this is going to do? People are just such worthless morons, dude. Yeah, they're dumb as hell. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Nah, haven't played Pal World. Oh, great. Steam, oh no, it's just Windows. That's annoying. Ugh. Ugh. My dashboard is frozen. That is stupid.
Excellent. All A zone. Right here, we have not an M1911A1, but we have an actual original M1911. These pistols served in World War I, World War II, and afterwards, but when people say M1911, they usually refer to the A1 model. This is the original. John Moses Browning's original design. There are a lot of
The sights look absolutely horrendous.
interesting changes that were made to the A1 from this model.
Eat, Richard.
But if I eat, I won't be pretty. That's the problem. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
And I'm very excited to talk about this pistol, which is literally 106 years old, with 106-year-old springs, and still fires no problem. So I hope you'll join me today as we talk about the original M1911. But, of course, before we get into it, we have to talk about the biggest sponsor of the channel, who is who, Micah?
Primary Arms, providing you with any World War I 1911 pistol dots you could ever need.
That's a Cody Curry thing right there. He puts pistol dots on everything.
Well, it is October, so Primary Arms is giving out free trick-or-treat.
Here we have a more modern 1911 Alpha 1. This one is a Musoc. This is built by Musoc Armors, which means it is top of the line. We're going to compare these two. We're going to see how they compare in recoil. Micah wanted me to note as well, which I agree with, that the springs are likely worn. They're probably overcompressed at this point. They're probably not as functional as they should be. Despite that, I think it does speak to the longevity and how well the pistol was made, to the fact that it still today is functioning. And if you want to take a close look at that, Micah, like, it is a beautiful weapon. Model of 1911 U.S. Army. Then the opposite side, United States property. It's cool. You have the Colt Rampart in the middle.
I don't know if it really gets cooler than that.
No, and it is very warm.
How much longer am I gonna diet? I don't know. Not sure.
We'll talk more about that finish. It's actually a very interesting historical context. We are using modern magazines for this because magazines that are original are expensive. We do have them here. We'll talk about those in a second. Now, when they used to shoot back in the day, it wasn't our modern stance, you know, Weaver stance or whatever you want to call it. It was going to be one-handed, bladed. The idea being making yourself a smaller target, and it was more gentlemanly. Is that correct, Micah?
Gentlemanly.
Gentlemanly. Okay, so first thing we'll do is one-handed. Do it from this line right here, and we'll see who's better. And of course, pistol lanyard, you don't want to lose your weapon. All right, Micah, hit me.
All right, shooter ready. Stand by. Beep.
Dude, it's so weird shooting one-handed. I got through one C-zone. Not bad. Okay, I'll disconnect it from my lanyard for you. All right, buddy, here you are.
This is like all of my childhood video game fantasies.
That was your go command. The Huns.
The Huns. What's that mean?
The Germans.
Okay.
The Huns. Nice, dude. Drilled it out.
It feels good.
Yeah. Oh, you did the same thing as me.
I'm not gonna lie. It felt a lot better than I expected, especially out of a 45. That's not bad.
Dude, 1911 does have a good recoil input.
Wow.
Now we have the M1911 Alpha 1. I'm going to go ahead and see how that guy runs. And the same, just do recoil comparison.
Shoot ready.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Nicer trigger. A-zone. Looks good. Yeah. Recoil's a little bit less. We do have a light on there as well. It just felt better. It's probably due to the Pachmeyer grips as well. I love the Musoc. All right, buddy, you're up. All right, buddy.
Oh, it feels so much better.
I know. Shooter, are you ready? Stand by. You see what I mean?
Both of us stacked all of them in the A zone and a lot faster too.
It's a better trigger.
It definitely shoots better, like significantly.
This was built by Valor Precision, who was an actual Musoc armor. This is as close as you can get. All the
Question, Donny Tillers. If the entire world went vegan in exchange of you eating steak once daily, would you do it? By the way, check this vid out. Like, I guess I would, because it would reduce rights violations. Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation question.
The correct parts, and these guns are just finely tuned machines. But, you know, do I think this gun would run 106 years later? I think so, but it really has to be said that this was made in 1908, and it still runs. Like, there is something to be said about that, you know? Shooting the bill drill right here. That's going to be 6 rounds in the torso. Shoot it two-handed modern stance. We'll do compress, and we'll push out and fire.
Okay.
Man, these sights are terrible. Okay.
Shooter ready.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Got too high on there. Otherwise, pretty good. I'll take it, man. Nice. Good shooting, dude. Woo! Nice. Always on. All right. Bill drill with Musoc. compress, safety on, up. Nice. Good. That felt really good. Click. I'll take it, dude. All right, you ready, Micah?
I am.
Shooter, are you ready?
Yep.
Stand by. Up.
Oh, nice. I'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
Oh, it's okay, buddy. Okay, we're now at 100. You shoot on steel. I guess the question is going to be, does it still got it? Pretty sure it does.
100 yards for a 100-year-old pistol.
106-year-old pistol.
Wait. We should do 1 yard for however old it is.
Oh, 106?
Let's range find it.
Okay.
Here.
106 years old, 1 yard for every year it is old, 106-yard shot. We'll see if we can do it. I think this is going to be more a reflection of me as a shooter than it is on this gun.
I'm sure you watched the video of Jordan Peterson giving his Carney speech at the Senate or whatever. What were your main points against his fuckery? I'm sure you motherfucked him all throughout the video.
Well, nothing you said made any sense. He didn't understand how to establish causation in nutrition research. Wasn't aware of any of the current nutrition research. Wasn't aware of any of the potential dangers of a low-carb or carnivore diet. Basically, he just didn't know fuck all about anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Zed.
Shoot us off left. Took me 3 shots. Should be talked about that we have had 0 malfunctions on this, and like truly, every shot that we've taken, you've seen, gun hasn't malfunctioned once. I mean,
do you know how many boomers you just made so hard right there?
Just because it's made hard steel, you don't make them hard like they used to, boy. Life ain't hard no more.
So we've done a lot of shooting, especially on this particular weapon. Now we're going to do a lot of talking, a lot of the history of these guns, how it came about, because I believe it's a very interesting story about the first semi-automatic recoil-driven weapon that was in use by the United States Armed Forces. Obviously, there's a lot to that, but as far as widely adopted, this is it right here. The M1911 was designed by John Moses Browning. Obviously, a lot of you know that history behind it. But what I find very interesting is kind of the mystique that goes around the history of how this weapon was adopted and the tests that it went through. So when we're talking about the M1911, we do have typically a 7-round magazine. So you can have 1 in the chamber, 7 in the magazine for a total of 8. Compared to revolvers of that time, this was a huge step forward. In addition to that, the caliber used, .45, was also considered a very powerful cartridge compared to a lot of the underpowered revolver cartridges that were being used. Indeed, some of the revolver cartridges that had been used up to that point had been considered weak and ineffective against a lot of human targets. The .45, on the other hand, as you know, still has that mythical performance of being able to, knock a person back. That's not quite the case, but .45 is certainly an effective round. So as far as the adoption of the M1911, my favorite story about it is that when it first went through trials, they took a single pistol, they fired 6,000 rounds on it, and as the weapon became too hot, they dipped it in a bucket of water to cool it back down.
Dude, the dashboard on my fucking desktop is still frozen. How in the fuck is it still frozen? That is insane. Steam's still working. Let me see if I exit out. Nope. Still? Oh, yeah, great. Okay, well, I guess that's a problem. Well, that's, dumb. You know what? This is fucked. I need some rest. I'm just gonna... The universe has given me a sign, and it's telling me to just, get some rest. So, I'm gonna go head to bed. No guarantees that I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I'm gonna be streaming, I'll make a live room, and then you'll see it, a few hours ahead of time, but I might take tomorrow off. But hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.